very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the final round of the 2025 edition of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's time. We're here for the final dance of 2025, and we have championships to be decided. Let's begin with the TVs Asia One Make Championship. We're looking at Hiroki Ono starting to try and defend his title once again here at the Chang International Circuit. It's going to be interesting because Ramdan Rossi and Sarthak Chavan, they've come here in really good spirits and they are properly motivated to try and contest the defending champion. Can Hiroki do it for a second time in a row? In the Underbone 150s, we've already secured that championship. It is Husni Zanofalsi secured the deal in Sepang, and he is the undisputed champion of the Underbone 150 class. So it's going to be fun to watch them go out on the track this weekend in Underbones. As always, it's going to be proper battles. But the good thing is, because there's no championship fight, everyone's going to be fighting at 110% with no thought about losing any points in the race. It's going to be a real exciting one to watch. In the 250s, now, it's a bit of a gap between RB and Izam Iqbal in second place. So RB, with the greater lead, has the opportunity to seal the championship in race one itself. But never say never in racing. We never know what could happen. And don't forget, Kritspa Kunkum, he is also in contention for the title, still within a mathematical points range. Also, we want to just give a quick shout out to Murbo Vitoni. Speedy recovery, Robbie. He's sitting in third in the championship, and we would have loved to see him back here in the Chang International Circuit. But hopefully we will see him back one day in the future. Now in the 600s, we can hear them warming up right in the background now. Adinanta Putra with just a slight advantage in points. 8 points from Kasama Daniel. And Kasma, he's been training hard with the Honglang Yamaha racing team. So is Adinanta, but we must look for Anupap Sarmun as well. Anupap, he's on home territory, he's on home soil. He will want to deliver something special. And we've got another factor to take into account as well. Apiwat Wantananon racing in the 600 class with TMP Yamaha. That is going to be interesting. How would that spice up the 600 championship? As Adinanta said, he doesn't need World Superbike and the the MotoGP mechanics as well, having a look at the Underbone bikes, and they were just properly amazed by what they've done with these.
Yeah, they fascinate people for all kinds of reasons. And I said while you were still downstairs that as I greeted people watching from all over the world, that there's a real primal appeal of these bikes, because this is where most of us began.
Yep, indeed.
Just get a little motorbike, take all the bits off it you don't need, and some of the ones you do, like the horn and the indicators. And tune the what's-its off it, and pin it. That's it.
It used to be adjustment to the carburetors and such, but now of course it's way more advanced. But yeah, it's great to see what they can do with these. I mean, if you think about it, 150cc bike pumping well over 30 horsepower. That's pretty intense.
Yeah, and they're doing just looking at the top speeds here, 170-ish. That's quick on one of those little bikes.
Yeah. They weigh close to nothing. You don't have much of a fairing to tuck behind.
Yeah, exactly. John Emerson Gito, it's been a good session for him. 2 minutes, 0.9 for the Filipino. Another rider who really enjoys his racing. You just see it every time you bump into him. He's so full of enthusiasm and loving what he's doing. It's like he's one of these guys that kind of can't believe his luck.
Yeah, he just seems purely happy to be on the grid, and that's really what you love to see when it comes to racing.
Yeah, great character. We saw him win a couple of years ago in Sugo. So that must have been 3 years ago. Yeah. Well, we're talking about him. What has been his best result this year? A couple of P6s, which means he was probably, 2 or 3 tenths off the winner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The gaps in Underbones at the finish is just unbelievable. You could be so close to winning and yet so far from scoring big points. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and while we were talking, the results were coming up. But as you can see, it was Dimas Julie at the top, 159.396 for him. Husni and Fifan Ran also in the 159s. And then John Emerson Gito, we were just talking about, P9. Steve Arshad 10th, 11th, Akid Aziz. Going further down, Hafiz Farrell, the Forest one end was 16th, 17th, Masato Fernanda, April King for Umara Racing Philippines, 18th, 19th, Fazrul Sham for Cardinals, Amaru Arif Musa, 20th, 21st, Kiki Suderman, and replacement rider Akil Danish for Dawisi for Streamer Yuzi was 22nd quickest. 27 runners this weekend. 23rd was Fabriancia for Team One for All, then it was after him was a 2:10. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, it will be with the AP 250s. So join us then. We're going to take a 5 or 6 minute break. So we'll see you then. We are at Chang International Circuit for the final round, round 6 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Chang International Circuit. This is the final round, the final showdown for the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are delighted to be back here for the second time this season, as it often does. Buriram bookends the Asia Road Racing Championship with the first and last rounds. This year is no exception. Astra Honda are having another good season. No surprise there, but their man Arby is a convincing leader in this championship. It seems like it should be a formality for him to wrap it up. But as Daniel said in his introduction, if you saw it this morning, this is motorcycle racing and anything can happen. So just to put some numbers on that, RB has 171 points. And next up is Izam Ikmal on 135, so very much a mathematical possibility, but it would need a bit of bad luck to befall RB for that to change. Sadly, Murul Vitoni, who has been an absolute sensation this season in AP 250s, having just stepped up from Underbone's last year. He's on 122 points, but sadly will not be able to improve on that score. Murul in his rookie season picked up 1 win, 1, 2, 3 second places and the third. Absolutely phenomenal debut, and we wish him a speedy recovery. Other riders to talk about would definitely be Kritapat Kenkum, the local rider and very much a rising star on the Thai motorsport scene. Kritapat is currently 4th in the championship on 118 points. So he has the chance to chase Izam Ikmal for P2 in the standings. But really they're all thinking about number 1. So you might as well just focus on that. And Izam Ikmal is very much up for the fight. It was a great interview we saw yesterday.
Yeah, he's so composed. I'm sure there's pressure in Izam's head, but one thing that he did tell me off camera was that he sealed the national championship, so he felt that the weight on his shoulders really got lifted, and he's really coming into this one with whatever happens. He knows that it's going to take a bit of a good fortune for him to really catch and close the gap, but again, anything can happen in racing, especially with Chang International Circuit's last turn. You just never know.
Well, it caught him out last time in race 1 specifically. It was Arby who caught him out and forced him into a mistake, which kind of put him off to a bad start in the championship. He recovered to finish second the next day in race 2, and he's provided us with a lot of exciting racing during the course of 2025.
Kritapat as well got forced into a mistake at the last turn by RB, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
I think both of them really just had struggles to fight RB into the last bit.
Yeah, he just tempted him into outbreaking him.
The thing, I was watching like the slow-mos as well. When RB breaks into the last turn, he just seems to suck another rider in, thinking, oh yeah, you might be able to attack, but RB plays the limit just perfectly.
Yeah, it was a brilliant piece of racecraft, and a lesson no doubt well learned by Kritapat.
Yeah. Kritapat, as you mentioned, he's a rising star. He's had experience in Europe as well. Just a short experience in Europe, but he is someone that Yamaha Thailand are really putting their hopes on. And even if he doesn't, I mean, yeah, it's quite a gap for him to catch up. But if he doesn't get the championship, as it is looking more likely towards the likes of RB, he still has had such a great debut season in the AP250 class. And if it's not this season, it could very much be next season for him. If he gets a better start, it could be just a fantastic year for him.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very difficult class to come into.
Oh!
It's a fabulous goal. That's, yeah. It's a quick one.
Just had turn 7. It's Fadil Mushavi that's gone down there, which is a fast one. You go right, so you flip to your right. Oh yeah, maybe just a colder right kind of the tire because you're going to a triple left. The cool attempts that could pull down the right side when you're flipping to the right. Here's what happened here. It's just on the flip to the right there. Yeah, there's Fadil Mushavi. Good news for him, he's okay. Got up immediately and ran, so
yeah,
it's good to see.
Yeah. He's right, Russell will be feeling a little bit warm after that slide, but yeah.
Had a good performance last time out in Sepang, Fadil Mushavi. Another rising star for Yamaha Indonesia.
Yep, and here are the two Kawasaki's running in tandem. Andy Fadley, 108, and 37, Aiki Iyoshi.
Kawasaki this year, after the additional 200 RPMs that they've gotten, looking a bit better. But again, I do feel they need maybe a couple hundred more RPMs, and we should be able to see them just that touch more competitive. It'll be interesting to see what happens to them next season. I'd love to see them get the support that they need, because there is potential there.
Yeah, well, we've seen it right from the first season when we saw the 4-cylinder Kawasaki, which was last year. Made a really good debut, then faded. Now they've got a little bit more, closed the gap a little bit more with that 200 RPM booster.
I'll tell you who's going well right now. Nokro Prong and Panjaruk. Both of them setting in some decent times. So Honda Thailand coming in full swing in the 250s this weekend. For those who don't know, Panjaruk, he's a champion in the Honda Thailand Talent Cup. And he's had 2 seasons where he's just been at the top and uncontested nearly. Nokro Prong, of course, a lot of experience as well in prototype machinery. Another rider who's exciting to watch this weekend. And championship-wise, again, it is quite a big margin that RB has, but if we have Nokro Prong, Kau Vietnam, Panjaruk all performing at a high level, and of course let's throw in Humberto Meyer because it's a world championship rider. Third, you have 4 or 5 riders who can really shake things up. It does open the opportunity for Izam to close the gap should RB struggle.
Yeah, very true. RB carrying, he's had 3 rev cuts now.
600 RPMs gone, that's quite a chunk.
Yeah, he's 24, that's his teammate, Davino Brittani. He's had a pretty decent debut season.
Yeah, the 16-year-old for Astra Honda. Is he 16 or 18 now? Yeah, he's still young, but he's done a decent job. Davino, he's been racing in the Asia Talent Cup as well. There's Izam. It's a new livery for Izam. It's a bit more black on yellow for a Victor Racing bike.
Yeah, we saw a bit more yellow appear on it a few races ago. I think they're experimenting with the paintbrush there in the Victor Racing pit. But isn't it good to see Victor Racing at the top of a class? Really, really good to see. And good to see a rider of Izam's undoubted talent being realised.
Yeah, I mean, again, Izam is one of those riders who was one of the big potentials in Malaysia and just sort of lost his way after his spell in the CEV Championship. Now he's back in Victor Racing, the team that he's riding with this season. I think it's really helped both of them. Right now we can see that through his performances here as well, Izam's gotten a bit more support from Yamaha factory teams. and yeah, it could be very much the resurgence of a career for his
Yeah, indeed. I'm just trying to, so he's carrying a 200 RPM cut. That's probably manageable.
Yeah, indeed. Oof. He's speaking of manageable, he's just gone completely off there. He's got Jazil Juraimi right behind him, so Jazil's with a fast group here. Jazil's with Pittifat and RB as well, so this is good. At time-wise, Jazil's all the way up into 8th, and Jazil did mention to me that he's targeting a top 10, so he's already on the right path.
Yeah, that's really good to see.
And another good one is that Jazil's continuing next season. That's confirmed by him. So
I heard that. Yeah, that's really good news.
it's really great because for those who don't know, Jazil is really one of the best riders from Singapore that's ever come through Singapore. And back in my days of racing, he was my point of reference. He was the champion of the 250 class in the championship I raced in, and he was brilliant. So it's good to see him get this opportunity, and good to see him get it for 2 seasons now.
Yeah, and how interesting to see these 2 exciting young Thai riders, P1 and P2, at the moment ahead of RB. Early session leader Chao Vietnam, he's having a good outing. Sai Kiyoshi, good tree. Up in 6th. I think that's the highest we've seen the Vietnamese, but these 2 riders running together. And you mentioned the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, Daniel. That is a really, really good series. They run long races, like 30-minute races, and they really put the talented riders that they pick up around the country through their paces. So when you do come through the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, you're good to go. And you can just see it with the way these 2 are riding together now.
Yeah, the Honda Talent Cup is a proper competitive field, and the racing is hard. They're young kids, but they really race aggressively, and hey, it's really developed them well.
Yeah.
Who trees one of them as well in that Talent Cup, so a lot of them are familiar with each other's game.
Yeah, there's really good cooperation between Thailand and Vietnam, because there is no racing to speak of in Vietnam, and so Thailand for many years now has been reaching out a hand to bring them across and let them have a go. And earlier days we've seen Chao Vietnam himself in Honda Thailand Talent Cup and Asia Talent Cup.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good initiative from Mr. Alex Pompa from Honda Thailand. He's really opened his arms for the Honda Vietnam team to really develop with them, and I think it really benefits just the motorsport industry in this area itself. So good to see these collaborations happen.
Yeah, very much so. Just there, Nopratong taking a very different line to his teammate through turn 3 then. Is the aforesaid Chao Vietnam. He's had some wild times at turn 12 in the past.
He loves it like that, doesn't he? I mean,
good and bad, yeah.
Turn 12, it's where we started to see Chao Vietnam become who he is now, which is a really fast rider. And I think it was 3 seasons ago where right at the end of the season we saw him suddenly have much more pace, and then every season after that he was unlucky at turn 12. But this season, and it's this season where I truly expected him to be contesting for the top 3 spots. It just hasn't come together for him.
Yeah, back at that, his glory days at turn 12. I mean, he was saying that he was trying too hard to win, and he just dialed it back on himself a little bit.
Doing a lot of time on the 600s as well, and he's done a decent job on the 600cc bikes. So I'm just wondering. I mean, talking to him, he also doesn't know yet whether he will be able to race 600s here, but I wouldn't be surprised if Honda Thailand decides to give him a bit of support with Honda Vietnam to give him more track time on the 600cc bikes. because he has great potential on 600cc bikes as well.
Yeah, and very experienced rider now.
Indeed.
So yeah, that would be a good move.
Rintaro Takemoto putting himself up into 7th right now.
Yeah, and these two tie spoilers half a second quicker than anybody else. It's early days, but a really good thing to keep in mind. Tree going well, 154. He's currently 6th quickest. Another lap complete for Chao Vietnam. It's a bit of a slow one, 155 by his standards. Rintaro Takemoto, the number 81. He's back in for TY Antares Racing Team. There is Irfan Haikal on the number 21. Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia's 250 talent. 69 just gone through there is Aldiaz Axel for Yamaha BAF Yamalu. Teammate to Gallen Hendra.
Speaking of wildcards replacements earlier, just to touch on it again, we got Rintaro Takemoto again for a 3rd round in a row. So replacing Rich Takahiro because Shun Cheng-zan is back.
Yeah, Shun Cheng-zan is back after his European adventures in the Blue Crew series.
That's right. He's the first rider ever from China to get through qualifying for the World Supersport 300 in the end.
Yeah, he's quite a character that's burst into this paddock. Not afraid of anything.
No, not at all.
And especially not afraid of bringing in exciting riders like Rich Takahiro. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got distracted by the noise of the Kawasaki.
Yeah, we're yeah, just for the benefit of our friends and listeners, we're really high up here, just under the roof of the main grandstand, which gives us a fantastic view. And because it's a nice cool morning, we've got the back door open to the commentary box, so we're getting the extra sound coming in here and rather enjoying it.
Yeah, indeed. And we just heard the Kawasaki fly by on its own, and oh, what a beautiful noise that is. I'm sure I sound like a broken record at this point talking about the noise that Kawasaki makes, but it is a beautiful note.
It is, yeah.
It's Hu 3 now going back in, sorry, Hu 3, this is Pancharuk.
Yeah.
Pancharuk, he's, if I remember, I have to check back again, but I think he's only 14 or 15 years old. Really young, huge talent for Honda Thailand, and I think he will be part of that program that Honda Thailand are preparing for, which is the road to the World Superbike Championship. And then again, Pancharuk on the prototype machines is looking really good. So I think if I'm not mistaken, he is selected for the Asia Talent Cup. I'll have to check this again, but for next season,
yeah, he surely must be.
He's been the champion of the Honda Talent Cup for the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, and whenever I see the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, it really looks for all the world to me like preparation for Moto 3 or the Junior World Championship. There are those two wailing Kawasaki's. 37, Aiki Yoshi goes into turn 12 ahead of his teammate, Andy Mohammed Fadli.
You stand mistaken. He's not selected for the Asia Talent Cup.
Okay.
Bizarrely.
There must be another plan for him in that case. So the target time at the top is 152.468. That belongs to Nopratong and prowess. And those the two Thai prodigies running for Honda Racing Thailand this weekend. Hendra Pratama, himself a prodigy at one stage, now a much more mature rider, respected rider, and somebody else who can make a real impact this weekend. Doing a fantastic job running his own team, and maintaining top pace.
Alejandra's had a really busy season after setting up the BAF Yamaha team. They've been competing in so many different championships and they've been doing well. And what a leader to have for the team as well. I mean, Alejandra, World Championship podium finisher, and of course, being the older brother of Aldi Satya Mahendra, the riders there do get the opportunity to race with the World Supersport 300 champion and practice with him. I think Alejandra just has this quality as well. He's just so calculated. His consistency as well has been so impressive. Look at the championship. He's only 5th in the championship, and the only thing missing from him this season is more than one podium. He's only had the single podium in round 2. So, Alejandra, I mean, yeah, it's not been an easy season for him, but come 2026, should we see him in ARC one more time?
Yeah, well, let's hope so. He brings something really special. And we were talking a lot about the Honda Racing Thailand riders here, Nokpatong and Panjarup. Just splitting those now is another Thai, and that Thai is championship contender Kritapat, number 39. He's put himself into a Honda Racing Thailand sandwich. He's done 152.7. Just a shade quicker than Panjarup, who's currently sitting 3rd.
It's good to see Alfonsi. He's had a really good season. There's the championships he's racing, but still just getting to grips again with the AP250 machinery. Can expect big things from Alfonsi. He's riding with the Asia Talent team in the CEV Junior GP, which is now going to be what the rebranding is for next season, but he'll be racing there again for another season, Alfonsi Ray.
Just noting there, underperforming so far has been Irfan Ardiansha. He's just put himself not quite onto the tail, but certainly within sight of Nokpatong. There is Kritapat.
What an underperforming bit is Humberto Meyer. I think, of course, he has to get used to the tires again, but I do remember him entering the first practice session itself the last time around. I would see him with a bit more fire, so maybe just a bit more of a calculated approach for Humberto.
Yeah, better to do that than to go out and high side yourself. And yeah. Absolutely. Well, there is a Brazilian world champion this year.
Indeed, yeah.
So yeah, that should really give a boost to the support back there. Have a whole load of motorsport heroes, of course, in Brazil.
Late great Ayrton Senna. Yeah, of course, that's with 2 extra wheels, but nevertheless, motorsports.
Yeah, although there was something about Senna. He was kind of like a bike racer in the way he approached it. Yeah, and Emerson Fittipaldi.
Oh yeah, of course.
So going back to the that crazy generation of racers in the 1970s.
The DNA of really great racers is there. It does exist in Brazil. That's why we've seen Humberto rise to the occasion in the World Supersport Championship, and now as well in Moto2.
Yeah, and we have Kawasaki in the top 3 now.
Oh, Heikki Yoshi, yes.
Yeah,
that is really good to see.
yeah.
Highest top speed for the Kawasaki, 193.5. So there's extra 200 RPMs, despite it still struggling out of the turns. That extra 200 does give them a bit more wiggle room, so that's much better to see.
Yeah. number 88 going through there. Chandra Hermawan. Down in 23rd with a 155.6, so not everything in order for the Indonesian yet.
Well, it seems most of the Yamahas are struggling this morning. The only Yamaha not struggling is Kritapad, so you can perhaps give him the home advantage for that, but the rest, I mean, Izam is down in 9th, so it's not too far off, but the rest, Rintaro Takemoto in 12th, Aldias Axel in 14th. We got Chandra, who we just saw earlier, down in 23rd. It's looking a bit of a struggling weekend for some Yamahas. It's only session 1, but that's what we're picking out right now.
Yeah, just looking at RB there on screen, his top speed, 191.5. So that's impressive.
Despite three rev cuts, and he's doing it looking like without any slipstream.
Well, shout out to the electronic wizards in the Astra Honda garage.
It's not unfamiliar territory for them, is it?
No, not at all. They're really nailing it, it seems. Add the class of Fidela Arbi, and you wouldn't put it past him to pick up another couple of podiums this weekend. It was a double win at the start of the season, which got him away to absolute flyer of a start in the championship. There's who treat, number 18.
Arby's just gone second there, so impressive. No slipstream, and now he's going to get a bit of slipstream behind him too. It's already improving in sector 1. Kritapad's improving in both sectors. Aiki Yoshi has just set the fastest sector 2, so right at the end of practice run, we might see some surprises. So Aiki there with plenty of slipstream as well into the last turn. This could be a low 152 coming from Aiki Yoshi.
Yeah, I think this could be one of those classic situations where
Aiki goes top with a 152.3.
Yeah, I was just going to say this could be one of those situations where you see an early advantage for the locals, and then everybody else kind of regains their familiarity with the place and start to catch up. Well, Aiki Yoshi is already doing it in the first of three free practice sessions today. Impressive stuff, and great for Kawasaki fans to and Aiki Yoshi fans to see him up there, because if you've been around this series for the last 2 seasons or more, you'll have seen just how much work Aiki Yoshi has put into developing that bike. If ever a rider deserved a break, it would be the Japanese rider. Just displaced by Aiki Yoshi, the number 20, going through there.
It might be the nostalgia factor for me, but seeing that ZX25R going to the top, that really puts a big smile on the face. That's awesome to see, and if Aiki can continue this progress that he's been making, this could be a really good weekend for them.
Absolutely, and if I weren't completely neutral, I would have agreed with you, Daniel.
Kritapad set some good sectors. He set the fastest sector 1. Sector 2 is good as well for Kritapad, so Kritapad might dip into the lower 152s as well.
Yeah, checkered flag about to be shown to end this 30-minute session. Tong is the number 20 out there. He's not going to improve his time. Not that he particularly needs to, with a 152.4.
152.110 by Kritapad Kunkum.
Yeah, so there he is. Yeah, he tops that session, and I think he's going to hold it.
Chandra's managed to jump all the way up into 9th, so a good last-minute improvement by Chandra and Yamaha Indonesia. And we thought the Aiki Yoshi's teammate has found 7th as well, so they've made good progress with that Kawasaki. So again, this season might be one to forget for the Kawasaki team, but it is good to see them finding some late improvements, so it's good hope for 2026 for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yamaha, Kawasaki, Honda. So if you ever wondered whether the balancing that's done in the regulations between these three different manufacturers and three very differently configured machines, whether you ever wondered whether that was really working, I think there's your evidence. You've got less than 0.4 of a second between them. And there it is. Last time around, Kritapat nailed it with a 152.11. He's the fastest in the first session of the day for the AP250s. And then it was the Kawasaki Screamer of Aiki Yoshi, not Pratong, Bun Proez for Honda Racing Thailand, was third quickest. Fourth for Dil Arbi, championship leader. Panjaru Chitwaro Chat for Honda Racing Thailand, early leader, now ended up fifth. Then Izamikmal, good session, 153 for him. Hutri, good session for the young Vietnamese rider, he was seventh quickest. And then it was Andy Fadley for Motor Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech. Ninth quickest, Daniel Shami for Uma Racing Malaysia. Davino Brittani, the number 24 for Astra Honda, was 10th. Then it was Chandra Hermawan who improved later in that session. Chao Vietnam, an early session leader, ended up 12th with a 153.9. Tiranai Tup Tim for Yamaha Vit Chonburi. And then Rintaro Takamoto, good to see him back for TY Antares. He was 14th with a 154.2. And Tonan Pu was 15th. 16th, Irfan Heikel, Maestro NWNSCK. And Galang Hendro, 154.4, his best time. Irfan Ardiansha for Maestro NWNSCK, down in 18th. Alias Axel Ismail, Galang's teammate. Then it was Jazil Jarami. And Kevin Kintold, 23rd quickest for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Then Umberto Cesar for TY Antares, 24th. And then Kayum Razak was 25th. Shunchen Zhang, TY Antares, 26th. And new rider into this series, replacement rider for Gao Jiang, Lu Yin, was the 30th quickest. First time here, first time in this series, 159 for her. Indeed, the only female racer here this weekend in the final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, it will be with the first of three sessions for this Friday for the Supersport 600. So stay with us, and we will see you then. Welcome back to the final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are here, of course, at Chang International Circuit. It's Friday, so we have 13 free practice sessions coming to you live throughout the day. And this is the third session of those 13. And for the Supersport 600s, as you can see and hear. And indeed, when we're talking about this championship, which is very slightly contested, I want to open by saying that we have a world champion in the house.
We do indeed. In the form of Ali Satya Mahendra, 2024 World Supersport 300 champion. Back from injury, he had a double wrist fracture. It's a double wrist fracture, or one wrist fracture and another one with another type of fracture, but he's back in ARC now in preparation for his campaign in the 2026. It's so good to have him on the grid.
Isn't it? Especially when the championship is so finely balanced, and we would reasonably expect him, number 57, to be making an impact. Racing, of course, for Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Aldi's been having some track time with the Niti Racing team in Indonesia and Mandalika. I think it was just last week that he was out there on track, so now he's here at the Chang International Circuit. And he would bring a bit of spice into the mix, including this right over here, Apiwat.
Yeah, there he goes. I was just squinting at the number there, the 241. I did a double take, but of course he normally runs number 24. But I guess that's already taken, is it?
It's not taken on this grid, yeah.
Anyway, he's running 241, but you only need to look at the feisty attitude on the bike to see who it is. And I have to say, nice to see him back in kind of Yamaha-ish colours and on a Yamaha.
Seems quite familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah, it seems like the world has been restored in some way, especially as he's running now with his old buddy Anupab Sarmoon, the number 500. So this was a partnership that stretches back into the 20-teens in AP 250s. There's such a formidable partnership, these two.
Oh, look at Apiwat already. He's setting the fastest sectors again. And isn't this just isn't this going to be interesting now? We got Apiwat who's on form. Aldi's already gone up into P4. And he's going to... It looks like he's helping Anupab on this lap as well. So Yamaha coming in very strong for this final round.
Yeah. You have to smile, as you say, the championship is so tightly balanced here. Anupab, I saw his interview as well yesterday, Daniel, and he was really wanting to do something special.
Yeah.
He didn't really produce it as we were expecting in round one. He scored a P2, but it wasn't a great weekend relative to expectations. And, oh, there he goes.
First and second in the championship, they're battling it out already at the last turn. So, is that a tactical practice by both of them?
It could be. It may be. Maybe Adananta's just getting that runoff out of his system.
Oh, and on that lap, Cosmo's going up into first with a 140.1. Now, the fastest lap times that we'll be looking at are 139s, but here's a replay. What happened? Cosmo just holding on to his line. Adananta just couldn't get that bike settled. The bike started turning in too early for him. He had to bail from that.
He didn't have anywhere he could turn into. So, yeah, if that had happened in the race, that would be decisive. Anyway, there's Kazma. Talking about all the excitement here, we haven't even mentioned him yet.
Indeed, yeah.
And there's a rider who's bringing the excitement. Apiwat is in as a spoiler. Some might be expecting him to do something to support the efforts of Kazma to wrestle the championship away from Adananta Putra, who's got an 8-point lead.
another one that we can't discount is Wahyu Nugroho. Again, it is quite a gap, but mathematically, Wahyu still has an opportunity.
And he goes well here. Yeah,
He does, yeah. I was watching the slow-mos of him braking into the last turn. He seems to run his front forks much softer than the rest, so the tail, the rear tire really lifts off as he's coming into the last turn, which doesn't happen as significantly for riders like Kazma, for example, where the rear does jump up slightly, but with Wahyu, it really comes up into almost a stoppie.
Yeah, interesting one.
Kazma not happy with someone tailing behind him there.
There's his teammate. Kyle coming in.
Yeah, it was the Hondas behind him. It was Kip and Damok. Kazma not too keen on letting them have a bit of a tow. So that's interesting. You can see that the championship's already playing in the minds a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And these Hondas we can now see on the screen, 44. That is Kip. Behind him, I think that's Shirafud and Asman. Sorry for the embarrassing silence there. We just we just paused to pose.
Yeah, it's a bit of paparazzi.
Yeah, there's some advantage being taken of us sitting here with the back door open, as it were.
Up to the top.
Here's a fun fact about Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. I mean, these phenomenal quality riders they've got, Helmi, and the two we can see here, Shurafudin and Carlo Dempaui, have only been on the podium 4 times in 10 races between the 3 of them.
Yeah.
That included the double win last time out for Damok, Shurafud and Asman. So yeah, this hasn't been the best season by any sense for these riders.
And it's strange because after 2023 and 2024, you really thought that this might be the season for them, but something's just not really... There's a piece of the puzzle missing for them this season, and it's only in Sepang where we saw Damok, and it was really in the race where the difference was made. It wasn't in qualifying for him, so it's interesting. But currently at the top, the only rider in the 139s.
Yeah, and of course we can recall that he came in as a wild card in the final round in 2023. Assist Kito Abe to the 600 championship. Yeah, and I mean the other thing about Apiwat is that he's had a very unhappy season, you have to be said, on the BMW. He had very little chance to ride the bike, and they withdrew from round 5. They're not here for round 6, and so he's going to be full of pent up. I need results. I know he's the local, the BRIC, the local championship winner here, but he is an international class rider, so this is a more appropriate stage for Apiwat.
Indeed. And yeah, Apiwat especially, speaking of his frustrations, I mean, he has a lap record now in Sepang, so it just shows how good he is and how good he can. A very well equipped team, and a team that's grown to be quite popular.
Yeah, it has indeed. So 139.8 is the target time. That is with Apiwat. And then it's number 2 in the championship, Kazma. Less than 2 tenths behind him. Then Anupab.
Championship leader Adenanta's only just come out again after that send-off at the last turn.
Send-off, that's a really nice phrase. Sounds so friendly.
Aldi's just found some improvements, so he's gone up into P6. Went back into pit lane after the first couple of laps just to make some adjustments. Aldi's the type of rider who knows exactly what adjustments he wants, so you can expect this time to really drop very quickly for him. Still 17 minutes left, so we're not even halfway through.
Yeah, lots of time. Another lap completed for Kazma. And indeed, his best of the session improved slightly. So while we're getting excited about all the other riders, Kazma looks very workmanlike.
Indeed.
Just got his head down, good pace, good consistency.
Yeah, he's been lapping non-stop in the lower 140s, which is right about a quick race pace. So Kazma has his focus fully on the weekend's pace for race 1 and race 2. Other than to Putra, after his break in pit lane, he's only managed to go up to 12, so not quite on the pace here. But that's been the story for Adenanta though in practice and qualifying. He hasn't been the quickest, but his race pace is what really has made the difference.
Yeah, I think he qualified maybe on the 3rd row back in April for round 1, and he still won a race. There is Helmi Asman.
Helmi's gone up into 4th, so kept doing a decent job in free practice 1.
Yeah, as we would always expect.
Also, Aldi's been riding with Helmi, so Aldi will have to push on for another lap. Both of them ran wide on this one. I haven't mentioned him much, but Tanat's been doing decently as well. He's up into P6. Tanat in round 1 was fastest in the combined practice times with a 139.6. So it's just about 8/10 off.
Yeah, and looking a much more complete rider these days as well.
Indeed, yeah.
His teammates are good too. Kitsadar, he's coming along. Jack Rapat, we've seen some good things from him too. This is such a good quality field. And very, very small differentials in times. I mean, at the moment, we've got 1 second covering the top 10. It's Apiwat to Wayuna Groho.
Something not quite okay there with Aldi's bike, it seems.
Yeah, early days, as you said, he's got the experience and the technical team behind him to put it right. Halfway through this 30-minute session, there are 2 more to come. Several riders in the pits now. Kazma still out. Helmi now in. Reza Danica we haven't seen too much of yet. McKinley Carl Paz. He's had a little bit of an up and down season, but is generally improving and sometimes looks absolutely brilliant. Best time for him, 141.126. So that's a 1.2 deficit on Apiwat. So it is half-time break, and disturbingly, Sharjun Tong is in the pits.
Yeah.
Normally he's out there. He told you yesterday that he's in the interviews that he was looking to go back into China and dig out some more sponsorship.
Yeah.
And this half-time break is good screen time.
Usually it is for him, yeah.
That he usually does, but he's in the pits now, so What's gone wrong?
Yeah, it's his usual screen time not being here right now. It just feels a bit odd. Look now we got Kyle on track. Adenanta has found some improvements. He's gone up into 9th. Ayu Nugroho is one that's a bit surprising right now. He's down in 11th. It's about a second off the pace. It could be the temperature difference. Maybe they're still. To my memory, this is much cooler than what we had last year itself here in Chang for the final round.
Yes, it is. Yeah, it's unseasonably cold, even though this is a cooler part of the year. So in comes Kazma, number 27. That's a 9-lap stint for the Malaysian contender. There is Reza Danica, we just mentioned earlier. Reza currently 8th. Just less than 0.9 off the top time.
It's been really confusing couple of seasons on the 600s for Reza. I really think he has the talent for it, but it just hasn't come together in the Super Sport 600. Even in his local championship, it's just been either a decent run and then a crash, or just a struggle for race pace. Ooh, Adenanta now, he's gone up into 4th, so Adenanta finally finding some pace.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his interview yesterday, because as we were saying off air earlier on, he was measured, polite, but underneath that was absolute cast iron. His will to win this championship, regardless of what all the other big names around him are going to do or try and do, or how they might or might not buddy up. He's just going to do it.
Indeed. And there's an interesting photo. I don't know if it's uploaded in the end, but the cameraman got a good shot of what could be for next season for Adenanta. Nothing is set in stone yet, but I think that there's a big reason as to why he really wants to seal this in a proper way.
Yeah. Well, this is his 3rd season, and he's been getting better and better. He was a contender. He was a good rookie in the 1st season. He was a contender in the 2nd season, and he's looking like a genuine potential champion in his 3rd season. So it's not difficult to see the trajectory there.
Indeed. And I do remember there was a day when we used to talk about how Adenanta and Herjun need to get into the 600s, and now we're seeing both of them there and flourishing.
Yeah.
Not so much for Herjun in this current session, he's done at 16th, but we saw the brilliance of Herjun in Mandalika.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, I'd like to see a little bit more in other places, but yeah, again, we know his quality, and he's cut his teeth this season in 600s. Then Herjun, we would hope to see on a good trajectory next season, become a contender. Nine minutes remaining now. And it remains Apiwat, Kazma, Anupab, Tanat, Adenanta, Helmi, Kip, and Aldi.
If we take this practice 1 session, let's just say this was race results. Apiwat, Kasma, Anupab, Tanat, and then Adenanta. Kasma would be the new championship leader. Anupab would then be no longer in the running for the championship, if my calculations are correct. Oh no, sorry, excuse me. No, he would be still in the running for the championship as well. So that'd be interesting. So a helping hand for Anupab and Kasma could be Tanat and becoming a factor as well.
Yeah, just on screen there, we're watching Ayu Nugroho, the number 89, 2nd off the pace as it stands, and there is Adenanta. Had an off in this session.
Yeah, it's a crash on the right side for Adenanta Putra.
Where is that?
Yeah, I can't figure out where this is. Looks like a low side for Adanantaputra, so the good thing is he's okay.
Yeah, just saw the belly pan flapping off a little bit. Wahyu Nugroho's got Rocco Sessler behind him. Rocco currently 1.5 seconds off the top time. 16-year-old German for Team One for All. Team One for All running in this category as well as 250s and in underbones. So good to see teams spreading their tentacles into other categories. Only one more to go for Michiwi's team. So top three still in the pits. Kazma having had a very busy first stint. He's taken a well-earned break of several minutes now. And Apiwat, having had a relatively short 5-lap stint, is having an extended break.
Aldi coming back on now to make further adjustments. Mind you, on the bike that he seemed really uncomfortable and he's only 6'10" soft, so what's he going to be like once that bike behaves the way he wants it to?
Yeah, let's stay with the number 89 for a while. He's improving on this lap. He's done his best first and second sectors.
There should be a mid 1 minute 40 coming in for Wahyu, so he should be able to slot in just above Racer Danica. Tanat's improved. Tanat's gone up into third, so good chunks of time being taken up by Tanat Langplo. Here's Wahyu now. It should be 140.6, I think, 140.5 or 6. Comes across the line, it's a 140.6804 for Wahyu Nugroho. So good step up for him.
And once again, well anticipated, Daniel.
Thank you.
I haven't got those little mathematical tumblers that spin around in my head. There is, yeah, Xiaojun Tong, lots of yellow on that bike.
It seems like more yellow again. Like
Yeah.
There's been extra yellow added on. Did he just change one panel with an extra bit of yellow for every round?
Yeah, he said that what he's really looking to do is improve on previous times around here.
Yeah, and he's done so already. I mean, last time out in round 1, he was doing 142.5s. He's at a 142.2 right now, so
Yeah.
good steps forward by Xiaojun Tong.
There's Aldi. We've got just over 4 minutes remaining. So he's not pushing at the moment. Tanak just going through there. He's now second.
Tanat the second rider to go into the 139, so Tanat's looking to really finish strong. But still uncontested is Apiwat Wong Tanat on.
Yeah. Wahyu on another good lap.
Oh, Wahyu does find very slight improvements, 1 minute 40.666.
Chakrapat is number 20. He's going to be looking for improvements for his home race for Honda Racing Thailand and the last round of the season. Chakrapat. Out of the Honda teams, we've got Honda Malaysia fielding 3 riders, Astra Honda fielding 3 riders, and Honda Racing Thailand fielding 3 riders.
Yeah, about Racing Indonesia as well, technically with 3 riders this round. With the likes of Ferozi, Aldi and Wahyu. Again, Ferozi's in a situation where that's so similar to Herjun, I feel. There's a moment of brilliance for him, and then on another track they just struggle a bit more than what we'd expect.
Yeah, I expected a little more from him this season, but it shows how hard it is, because he came up, Herjun came up, and it hasn't been plain sailing. There's been no kind of linear progression. Back with Kyle for Hongyong Yamaha. 141.1, sorry, for him. Top speed is with Kazma, 255.9.
Just looking around there, some improvements coming in from a few riders. Ferozi's on an improving lap, so Ferozi should drop into the upper 1 minute 40s. Anupab has gone up to the top of the 1:59.625.
That's it, displacing Iwat by a full 0.2 of a second, and Afiwat himself is out there somewhere. So Anupab and Afiwat at the top of the timing screens. We've seen that a few times over the years, that's for sure. There is Kyle really pushing on now, just avoiding the green as he runs down to complete another lap. He's going to get one more flying lap in. So let's see if he starts putting in some green times on the sectors. Why are you settling into the kind of mid to late 140s? Kazma now 5th, although only less than 0.4 of the best time of Anupab. So characteristically tightly packed field in Supersport 600. So close, so much depth of talent. Aldi Satcher hasn't quite got the formula right yet, but is nevertheless only 0.8 off the best time. Checkered flag is out now.
I think it's a decent session as well for Honda Racing Malaysia. Managed to put Kip up into 4th, Ami up into 7th.
Yeah, but Damok down in 13. 1.4 seconds off, that's further than you would expect. Very much like a local rider lockout for the first 3 slots. As we can see here, there it is, Anupab Salmoon, championship contender, opens his account this weekend with a 1:39.6. That's the best time of the first practice session. Afiwat Wongtananon returning to this class with all the class that he brings to it, and then it's Tanat Longpleau. So Thai lockout for the first 3 places. Then it's Karolid and Powie for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Then Kazma Daniel, another contender for Hongnong Yamaha. 5th quickest, Adanantaputra had a low side late in the session. 140.3 was his best time. That was P6. Then it was Helmi. Then it was Kitsada Aldi Satya Mahendra in as a wild card for Honda Racing, or Yamaha Racing Indonesia. I beg their pardon. It was 9th. 10th Wayne Agroho. 11th Reza Danica Arens for Astra Honda. Then it was Jakrapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Shurifuddin Asman was 13th. 14th McKinley Carl Paz, pushing hard later in that session. 15th winner in Mandalika, Hurjan Atna. And Ferozi Torikatula down in 16th. Then it was Rocco Sessler for Team One for All. 141.381 was his best time. And Xiaojin Tong was 18th quickest with a 142.3. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. And when we come back at a brightening, warming up Chang International Circuit, it will be the first session of the day for the litre class, the ASB 1000s. So don't go too far away. We'll be back with you in about 5 minutes. Very warm welcome back to Chang International Circuit here in the heart of Thailand. And indeed, Chang International Circuit very much at the heart of the Asia Road Racing Championship. It's our 19th visit here, the first being just a month or so after the circuit opened. The circuit opened in October 2014. ARRC, Asia Road Racing Championship, was here in early November that year. Since when, it has been here twice in each year since then, except for the very weird 2 years that we all lost out of our lives in 2020 and 2021 with the pandemic. So this is the 19th time we've been here. Always welcomed warmly here. The community, it's a fantastic circuit to be at. It's extremely well managed. Everything here absolutely world class, including the commentary position. If you ever see a long shot that goes back towards the grandstand, we're right under the roof. So we can see the whole circuit except for a little bit apex of turn 12. You can't quite see turn 1 from where we are now. The view here is absolutely fantastic. Now, Daniel, where do we start talking about ASB 1000? This is so finely poised as we come to the last round of the season with 5 contenders, 5 real contenders for the title, and Cam Dunker there got something bucking his bike.
Yeah, it's a bit of flaring. Looks like a pin came loose there. That's something.
Yeah, he's good lad. Take it back. Don't have to buy a new one. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Cam Dunker just turned 18 on Wednesday.
Indeed, yeah. Happy belated birthday to Cam. Said no parties yet when he arrived, so he's saving that for Sunday.
Yeah, 18's a big one as well.
It is.
Yeah.
So very wise of him, very mature to save the celebration for later.
It is indeed, yeah. It's been a good year for him here. He's made a really good impression here in ARRC, running on the MotoGo Yamaha. Really beautifully turned out bike. He's done a great job here. He's been doing a great job back home as well, clinching 3rd place in the Australian Flat Track Championships, and in his rookie year in ASBK, which is a really strong series, finished 4th. So he's come of age. What can he do? Well, being on a Yamaha at Chang International doesn't put you quite in the front row because of the lack of top speed. But let's see what he can do.
The Yamaha we have in the ASB this time is Natutan Tongkwat, who's the brick champion as well in his class.
Yeah, that's the super stock champion, Natutan, so he should go well. And this rider, the number 23, I really fancy him this weekend for all kinds of reasons. He's had a lackluster season, he's had injury, he's fit again now, he's not in championship contention, and this is his last outing for Astra Honda. And that is a long, long relationship. So if you were Andy Farid, Daniel, how would you be feeling this weekend? How hard would you be twisting that right wrist?
115%. There'll be nothing left on the table for him. He's just going to give it all, and he will want to finish his tenure with Honda with a proper finish.
Yeah, he absolutely will.
Look at the confidence of Nakrin in his first flying lap alone, 136.5. Everyone else is still in the 139s and 140s. A 136.5 is faster than any practice time we've had in round 1. And he's already going quicker now. He's on course to go into the 135s, 134s, sorry. Sorry, apologies. It is 136.5. The fastest is 135 last time. So he's on course for 135 now.
Yeah, well, there you go. As you said, confidence. He spoke to you yesterday in the interviews about making history for Thailand. Thailand hasn't had a champion in this class yet.
Yep.
And he comes in leading it, although by the slender margin of 4 points over none other than Hafiz Sharin, who's in absolutely scintillating form as well. This is going to be just such a battle all the way through. Every session, and of course the 2 races. But Nakarin, you can see just how much he's giving this.
He's already beaten the fastest lap from practice from round 1, and 135.601. That bike was bouncing everywhere, and somehow he still kept it on line, right on the edge of the track limit at the last turn. This is unbelievable already from Nakarin. And he's gone even faster in Sector 1. He's on course now for a lower 135.
This is, okay, so what have you got, guys? This is what I've got. He's just awesome to watch.
I mean, this is how he's starting pre-practice 1. This is just pure confidence on display by Nakarin.
Yeah, our first sighting here of Kito Abe. Yet another contender. One of the 5 really in the mix for it. 220 there you can see is Declan Carberry. The 20-year-old carpenter from South Australia.
And finally we see Rio Mizuno completing some laps after, really we didn't see him complete any laps in the last round, so good to see Rio having some track time. A rider he's familiar with here on Kito Abe.
Yeah.
Both racing in the All Japan Championship. Big chatter coming from the rear of Kito's bike there.
Yeah, Rio, the only rider to be competing on a Ducati in the All Japan Championship, and indeed a race winner. Was he second in the?
I think he was second in the championship.
Second
again,
in the
yeah.
championship, yeah. So phenomenal achievement.
And the first ever race winner on a Ducati in the All Japan Championship as well.
Exactly, yeah.
Nakarin, he just come across again for his 3rd flying lap. Sector 1, which is slower than his previous Sector 1, but still about 3 times faster than anyone else in Sector 1.
Yeah. So we're 8.5 minutes in. That's it in this 14-minute session. Kito really struggling to get it turned there through turn 12. This is the time to remind yourself how difficult turn 12 actually is here at Chang International.
Oh, Nakarin just gone fast again, Sector 2, so he's set the fastest Sector 2 time again. So if Nakarin stitches up that Sector 3 nicely, he will set an even faster lap time.
Yeah. All eyes on the Thai Championship leader.
Referring to set his personal best, he regained 2nd spot and that's 137.2. What does Nakarin have for his odds quicker? 135.545 for Nakarin.
Not backing off either.
He's in a different zip code right now. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, this is great. Fantastic to watch. And also listening to what he said yesterday. And I can see it as well, that he's smoothed off some of the rough edges to his riding. I mean, he perhaps at times took too much delight in sliding that Honda around. That cost him later in the race with tyre wear.
Yeah, it seems that Nakarin now, you can still see he's very much on the limit, but he's found where the limit is and he stays within it.
Yeah, he's comfortable and in control on that limit.
There's Hafiz now. He's just setting himself up for this push lap. Haven't seen a fast lap from Hafiz yet in the session. He's just come out of pit lane and he's running the soft rear, hard front. So I'm guessing the hard front for stability.
Yeah, Zakwan moved himself up with a 36.7. So, as you were saying, Daniel, still not in the same zip code as the local man and championship leader. Let's see what this rider can do for JDT.
His top speed right now is by Nakarin at 291.9 kilometers per hour. We have seen close to 300 over here by the BMWs in the past. And the Hondas as well, I think, by Andy Farid.
So, Hafiz starting another lap. Another glimpse there of Declan Carberry, number 220, one of 3 bikes running the Savitar colours this weekend. The others being Tio Zhou and of course Lachlan Effis. Lachlan currently 4th quickest. Sorry, 5th quickest now, because Kita Abe's just done a 1:37.5. This has just jumped up into P6. 139.1. And there is Ryo Mizuno. We were so disappointed not to see him in Sepang. Such a good rider coming in at such a crucial point in the championship as well to support his teammate. That wasn't to be, owing to that very early crash for Rio suffered at Sepang. But now he's back and he's fit. It's Kito Abe trundling around, looking down at the left side of his bike. Going through turn 6, trying to keep himself out of the way. Declan having a look at the back of Hafiz.
Yeah, Declan, he was just here last weekend racing the Brick Championship and he won a race there as well in his class. He'll be here with a good motivation as well. And he's helped Savitar discover a few things as well when they looked at data for Lachlan, so it's working well for them.
Yeah, Lachlan just pushed down from 5th to 6th by Hafiz as Hafiz gets his eye in. Lachlan currently in the pits. They're hoping for good things this weekend. In comes Nakarin. My goodness, what a good run that was.
Brilliant by Nakarin, this pure confidence, pure understanding of the bike and the track. Even Ryo Mizuno racing the same class as well in the All Japan Championship, if I'm not mistaken.
Nakarin and Mizuno.
I think they do in the All Japan.
Quite often, yeah, we quite often see Honda riders from Thailand going to All Japan.
Yeah, Nakarin spent a whole season there this year. He's bagged a few top 5s. Not sure if it's the same class. Not sure about the structure of the championships there.
Yeah, they've got Superbike and Superstock ST1000. Yeah, Rio racing in the Superbike class, the Premier class.
correct. Cam's squiggle of the out of the exit. And now Hafiz comes across 37.2. So bits of improvement here and there for Hafiz. 37.2 puts him up into fourth. 1.7 off the pace off Nakrin. As of right now, as it stands, no surprise, Nakrin holds the fastest Sector 1 and Sector 2 and Sector 3 times.
Yeah, no surprise at all. He's still got a 1.247 advantage over Zakwan at the top. Hafiz making his way progressively up the timing screen. Top three in the pits, all Hondas. Nakarin Zakwan, Andy Farid.
And one of the Yamahas that will find a bit of struggle here is Joe Francis. Seeing the top speed of his by 268. It's just slightly faster than a Super Sport 600 bike around here, and that's where the Victor Racing Yamaha R1 really is lacking a bit of top speed.
Yeah, Cam Dunker's Moto Go Yamaha, 280.5. So that's better. Natatan. So running a Yamaha, 281. And the Suzuki of Adam Norodin we haven't spoken about yet, 283. But you'd have to say that the Yamahas and the Suzuki are a little bit disadvantaged compared to the sheer brute power of the Hondas and BMWs and Ducati. There was a stiff wind pushing in sort of behind the riders as they come down the straight from turn 3 to turn 4. But I think it was really blustery yesterday, but it seems to have subsided today, which is good because it can get dangerous around that infield section when the wind's blowing as stiffly as it was yesterday.
Hafiz now getting some quality time with this bike on track. Just what he mentioned really has been a difference for him this season. He's just been getting more mileage in.
Yeah, it's like he's climbing a kind of timing screen ladder. Now up into third. Yeah, by the time we get to the final session of the day, I do suspect that the gap between him and Nakarin will be a lot closer than it is now.
This time for Hafiz, so yeah, you can see Hafiz when he realized that I think this is going to be an in-lap for him. Make some adjustments and then go again. Halfway through practice 1 for the ASB 1000s.
AMI Suzuki in the very capable hands of Adam Norodin. 38.6 best time. Looks like he's improving. He's on his way in.
Yeah, I think he's gone back in because we lost Adam. I mean, that sector 1's been there for quite a while now. He's gone off somewhere. We haven't spotted him. But Hafiz definitely looks like an in-lap for him. We saw Kito Abe there heading out.
I haven't seen the injured Azroy yet, which is a slight concern.
Yeah, he came out early on and then just right back in. So I'm hoping it's just some adjustments to be made, not just feeling too much pain.
So a hush descends over the Chang International Circuit. With a 1.2 second advantage at the top of this first of 3 practice sessions today. a 4-point advantage in the championship over Hafiz. Kito Abe with 7 points back in there. Zakwan Zaidi on the same total, 41 points. Here's Kito Abe, enjoying himself.
He's watching it, right?
Yeah. Just looking at he's a little bit jerky on the bike there, isn't he?
Yeah.
He usually looks just a little bit tidier, but you could almost imagine him gritting his teeth and just kind of muttering into his helmet.
I was just thinking in my head that mouth guard that he wears is fully exposed as he's going through these corners.
Yeah.
That's probably why he wears a mouth guard. Let's find some improvement there in Sector 1, so it's a 20.453 in Sector 1, so that's 4/10 down of what Nakarin's doing in Sector 1 alone. And that's not saying that Kito Abe is going slowly, it's just that's how good Nakarin is through Sector 1. No one able to match him.
Certainly not yet.
Just watching Kito switch of direction, like just how aggressively he just chucks his body into one side. It just shows that he's so confident that the bike will stay planted. Of course, because SDG, they really do suspensions very well with that. Unbelievable. He switches direction, gets an upper gear, gets on the gas all in the same time, and does it so confidently.
Yeah, I mean, it almost looked then on that switch of direction as though there was a potential high side moment.
Yeah. He plays it on the fine limits. It's so good to watch. He has found a bit of an improvement, 37.4. Front wheel hopping up and about. This is going to be a good weekend. Everyone's going 110%. It's everything to fight for. It's almost really P1 or nothing for them.
Yeah, it really is. Of course, just looking at the way the story might play out. We had some drama, last lap drama in Sepang, of course, in race 2. The tangle between Zakwan and Hafiz going into turn 9. The net result of that was that Zakwan has to serve a long lap penalty in race 1 tomorrow afternoon. With a 13 lap race, that doesn't leave a whole lot of time for him to really guarantee a good recovery from that penalty.
Yeah, he was mentioning that as well. Like right now he doesn't even know when to take the long lap. Whether you do it early, but if you do it early, you get caught in traffic. But if you leave it later, you run the risk if you don't run away from the pack that they'll just get past you instantly. So it's really difficult for Zakwan. Best case scenario for Zakwan: Nakarin struggles on opening lap, Hafiz struggles on opening lap, Kito struggles on opening lap, and then he takes a long lap.
Well,
best case scenario.
Yeah, anything can happen. Yeah.
Then we have a 5-way battle for the win. That would be good to watch.
It certainly would. And we didn't even mention Andy.
We have not mentioned Andy Farid.
So yeah.
This replay of Kito on the last turn. Look at that, the rear tire just squeezing little bits of grip out. And really, like he's riding a wild stallion as he comes across the line. Unbelievable.
Yeah, just avoiding the green runoff on the exit to turn 12.
How good is that Honda to stay composed when he's riding this hard?
Yes, well, that's a good point. Yeah.
I want to watch this change of direction here once again. Where you mentioned where it looked like it was going to be a high side. Joe Francis right in front of him. Let's hope Joe doesn't get too much in his way. Of course, yeah, he's had to lift off a little bit there.
He's going to go through the inside, nice and clean. Giving it everything on the brakes. Joe will have enjoyed watching that, I think, behind him.
He's going to try and get a little bit of a toe while he can behind Quito just for that straight. But Joe did manage to get the top speed up a little bit, 270.
Yeah, you could see there on the shot with Quito just how what a big lad Joe Francis actually is. Absolutely loving riding in this championship.
Yeah. To his credit, he's done really well in Mandalika, where the Yamaha doesn't have too much against it. He managed to get a decent result, him and Cam Dunker. So you just really hope if Joe is to continue next season again, as he's mentioned that he wants to, that the bike is a bit more up to par, then should be really good. Because Joe, if you look at his racing history, he really is, he was one of the talents on the rise for Great Britain, and
yeah,
just the height caught up with him.
Yeah, that's right. And then some bad injuries.
Injuries, yeah.
Which he still hasn't fully recovered from, leg injuries. And he's a great character to have in the paddock.
Indeed.
And his missus too. She's a real character as well. Yeah, fun to have around. Zakwan's closed the gap with Nakarin at the top. It's down to a second.
Yeah, it's not better from Zakwan Zaidi. Round one, his fastest in practice was a 35.8. So a bit more to be found for Zakwan, but yeah, as it stands still, the only rider in the 35s is Nakarin.
Pole time was 1:35.0 something last time, and that of course was on qualifying rear. So that 1:35.5, that's a phenomenal time on mediums.
Joe Francis, as of right now, has moved up into P8, so again, good work being done by him on the Victor Racing R1.
Yeah, he's getting faster as well. Good sector one.
Hafiz and Muzuna have come back out on track. Cam Duncan's going to come across with improvements. He's gone up into 9th. Second to 3 Yamahas bunched up together, 8th, 9th, and 10th with Natatan Tonkwat.
Yeah, Andrea Mizuno trying to get to grips with this circuit. He's almost 6 seconds off the best time of Nakarin. Or better to say 5 seconds off the best time of the rest, really. So this Ducati he's riding will be a little different to what he's used to back in Japan.
It's not easy to jump on a different team's bike and straight away perform, so he will need a bit of time. Quality is there, it's just a matter of him getting used to the bike and the track.
Yeah, and quality all the way through that team too.
They got some real big names for the team coming in. They've got mechanics from Barney from the WSBK team. They've got a MotoGP technician as well. A World Championship Olin's specialist as well in the garage for this final round.
Well, they've been building up to this. Hafiz has won three races. I mean, he's second in the championship, 4 points behind Nakarin. He's had 2 DNFs,
yeah,
10 races. So, you know, they've been going, apart from those DNFs, it's been good.
One of them being the bizarre Mandalika crash.
Yeah.
Just a snap high side, it was so weird. while he was in the lead, and ultimately Kito came through, and then Azan Shah took the win in that race.
Right, and then there was the recovery to 10th place after the kind of assisted send-off at turn 9 in Sepang.
Here's now Hafiz. This lap, nothing to shout about for Hafiz. Late adjustment, I think, yeah, it's a medium tire now that he's put on the front and a medium race. Or medium, oh no, it is a hard soft still for Hafiz.
Yeah.
So probably just different adjustments being made.
I think they've stuck with that combination through this session.
Yeah. I think with the temperatures, they probably think that's probably the most suitable for the Ducati.
You see the bike kind of oscillating as he was changing gears coming down that home straight. Here he is, under braking and tipping into turn 3. So many lines you can take around that corner, and it's one of the best places to watch, I think, during the race, because there's so many options. Quick ways round, and then there's that really fast plunge down towards turn 4. Goes through turns 5 and 6, which is really like one loop. Over into turn 7. Just watching a little bit of a masterclass here from Hafiz. Talking of masters, he's the master of free practice 1, that's for sure.
Untouchable Nakri. Second clear at the top over Zapan Zaidi. It's almost a very similar looking top 3 to round 1.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that was a double for Nakarin.
Have a podium as well for Zapan. And 1 for Hafiz, 1 for Kito, if I remember correctly.
Right. Yeah, Hafiz in 1 podium, 3rd in race 1.
And Kito 3rd in race 2, I think.
That's right, yeah, 3rd in race 2. Followed that up in Sepang with a 4th and a 3rd. And then a win in the 2nd in Motegi. So good season really for Kito.
Yeah, it only dropped off once we went to Mandalika for him.
Andy Faridis Dahar goes up to 2nd with a 136.591.
Slightly quicker than Zakon Zaidi on this occasion. Still unable to drop in within a second to Nakarin.
Yeah, but perhaps just showing us a hint of his power to spoil other people's parties this weekend.
Indeed. Nothing wrong with the top speed of the Hondas either. 292.7 for both Nakarin and Andy Farid. Here's Hafiz, he's on an improvement. He's currently just under half a second slower over Nakarin, so Hafiz might close the gap down into 135. It's going to be 136, a low 136 for, oh, that's a high. So, yeah, Hafiz made a mistake somewhere in sector 3. Kito will be coming back up from pit lane again. Some further adjustments for Kito. They're trying everything to try and give him stability on the bike that doesn't seem to be lacking. It's just his aggression that's forcing it out of shape.
Yeah, Nakarin. Yeah, Hafiz just lets him go.
Yeah, looks like Hafiz has realized, you know what, Nakarin's there. I'm going to try. So Hafiz in this lap, he won't be able to improve much, but he might pick a thing or two by following Nakarin.
Yeah, Nakarin seems untroubled by giving him that toe. Again, shows how confident he is. Yeah, interesting little look into the psychology going on there with Nakarin. And I do think it underscores his confidence.
Yeah. Norton's just come out of pit lane, so I think Adams probably had a run-off somewhere, and he's finally come out again. That sector 1 that was an improvement sector 1 has finally been removed as well. Mizuno is finding some improvements in sector 1 as well now, so Rio is still lapping the 140s, 141s. Here we go now, Nakarin leading the way as half his Sharon follows behind him.
One of the other Hondas coming out there, I couldn't quite see who that was.
Zakon, he's just come out, so Zakon's joining this party as well, so the top 3 in the championship. Yeah, joining Nakarin.
3.5 minutes to the checkered flag. Still a full second advantage to Nakarin from Andy.
Oh, and Hafiz behind Nakarin has already found an improvement in sector 1, so Nakarin, he's not concerned that people are following him.
That's the really interesting thing for me here, when you're looking at the mind games. He's just doing his thing. You need confidence.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, the confidence he has that even if they follow him and get an improvement, that he's confident that he will be in front.
Yeah, he spoke about working with a psychology coach, and that I think is quite remarkable, actually.
Yeah.
Because a lot of riders would just get irritated. Most riders
Indeed,
would get
yeah,
irritated in that situation. If you remember Motegi with Hafiz and Quito, that was absolutely top entertainment.
And then Mandalika as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Just the eyes of Quito staring down Hafiz, and I was being completely disturbed on that qualifying lap. Oh yeah, Hafiz had a great sector 1. Did find a bit of improvement in the end, but it's not enough.
Yeah, he's off. He's done now. Just staying out of the way. Through goes Quito.
With Lachlan,
With Lachlan, yeah.
Lachlan finds improvement in sector 1 currently, so Lachlan's not doing too bad. Down in 6th. Knowing him, he will want a lot more. Here, there's a quick glimpse at Adam Norden earlier. Cam Duncan finding big improvements as well.
Yeah, decent top speed there for Lachlan as well. He was missing that, which on the powerful BMW must have been due to mapping.
Rio's. Cam in the previous lap set at 139.1, so he's up into 8th.
Yeah, Lachlan really close, remaining close behind Quito Abe here. As you can see, number 83 chasing 39.
Yeah, and he has improved to 137.2, so he's just what, less than a 10th behind Quito Abe's time. So Lachlan closing the gap down, and it is at a track that he quite fancies.
Yeah, when he came here in round 1, it was on the 2024 BMW. Now he's got the 2025.
And the new data that they've found, which is really changing the way the bike is behaving, this could be a big weekend for Lachlan. So earlier we were talking about Andy being a spoiler. Now let's throw in Lachlan Epis into the picture.
Yeah. It's really close. If you... Zakwan now within 8/10 of Nakarin.
Yeah, Zakwan the first rider to get under second within Nakarin. So again, similar story to what we saw in round 1 for both of them. And in practice times, actually, this is identical to the combined practice in round 1. Nakarin, Zakwan and Andy followed by Hafiz. So yeah, the top 4 is exactly the same as in round 1.
Yeah, although conditions very different. Much cooler, much more comfortable for the riders. More comfortable for the tyres too. There it is, 1:35.545, set pretty early in that session by Nakarin Aturapuvapat. That is the quickest time, just half a second off the pole time from April in round 1. Then it was Zakwan, closed the gap late in the session. Then Andy Farid Izdihar, absolutely nothing to lose in his last outing for Astra Honda. Then Hafiz Shirin improved steadily throughout that session. He's got a lot in the locker still to come. Kito Abe, 5th quickest. Lachlan Effis looking really good. Savitar Racing Asia on that BMW. Then Adam Noradin, who missed a lot of that session, still did a 1:38.6. Cam Dunker improving through the session, 1:39.1. And then it was Britain's Joe Francis, 9th quickest with a 1:39.4. Natitan Tonkua, wildcard in for Yamaha TNP, very decent session for him, 1:39.9. And then Rio Mizuno, getting to know his way around Chang International Circuit on that Panigale. And Declan Carberry, 1:41. No time recorded for Tioyu Zhou, or worryingly for Azroy Hakim Anwar. We'll be finding out what the story is behind that. First we will be taking a short break, and when we come back it will be for the first session of 2 today for the TVS Asia One Make Championship, and lots to talk about there too. That's coming up in about 7 or 8 minutes from now, so stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand for the final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon. You are with us at Chang International Circuit for the final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We have 13 practice sessions coming to you today. This is the 5th of them, just starting now for the TVs Asia One Make Championship. We've had some fantastic racing in this class so far this season, and really all the way through, a three-way battle for the championship. The defending champion, Hiroki Ono, has led the way for most of that time, but he's been chased very, very much more closely this season than in the previous one, which he won convincingly. The challengers, two very different riders. The experienced Ramdan Rosli, a Malaysian, absolutely indomitable in his pursuit of Hiroki Ono all the way through 2024 as well as this year, and the rising young Indian star Sartak Chavan, who has smoothed off a lot of the rougher edges of his riding. He's always fast, sometimes a little bordering on reckless, but since the mid-season, certainly this year, he's a lot smoother, a lot more level-headed, and turning into the kind of rider that we thought he would become when he first joined this championship last year. A really, really promising talent. Having said all of that, at Sepang, Hiroki Ono scored a double win and just tightened his grip on the 2025 championship. As it stands now, he's on 201 points. 21 ahead of Sartak Chavan, who's on 180, and 1 point behind him after a slightly disappointing outings at Sepang in round 5 is Ramdan Rosli on 179. 50 points on the table this weekend between race 1 and race 2, so everything to play for here this weekend. As we often see, there are some new names coming in to this series. Just looking down the entry list here, we have a South African in TVs Asia One Make Championship for the first time, Oratilwe Piri. So a very warm welcome to him. And to Colombian, Johnny Lopez. Those are the two new boys in this championship. So a warm welcome to them. We hope they enjoy it, and we hope they make a real impression here to take back to their home countries. So number running 29 there. Oratilwe.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what Oratilwe does in this weekend. Promising talent from South Africa.
Yeah, we have seen some good South African riders over the years. The current one in the top echelon being Brad Binder, of course.
Indeed, yeah.
I flew to Buriram yesterday on the same plane as Oratilwe, and he's a very bright-looking guy and just the right size to be riding light motorbikes, let's say.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, you have to imagine that there's going to be a lot more talented riders coming from South Africa after Brad Binder's success into the MotoGP World Championship. And the development there is pretty good as well. Seems to be getting better and better.
Yeah, that's really, really good to see. Kazat Jamin, number 11. We saw him for the first time in this class in round one. He's had injuries this season, but he's back in now. So let's see what he can do. Ramdan Rosley, after, by his standards, disappointing races in Sepang last time. He's looking to see what he can do to overhaul that increasingly convincing lead of Hiroki Ono. I guess you could say with a 21-point lead, this is Hiroki Ono's championship to lose, Daniel, but 50 points on the table. Sartak really going for it, you know, the much more complete Sartak than we saw last season, or even at the very beginning of this season.
Indeed, yeah.
And the absolutely indomitable Ramdan Rosley.
Ramdan's had a few warnings as well, though, from the way he's been riding for the past couple of rounds, so they will be keeping an eye out on how he overtakes and maneuvers about.
Ramdan's currently quickest in this 20-minute session. We're only less than 8 minutes into it.
Upon with the new fairing for the TVS bike, so much smoother aerodynamic design, very reminiscent of the familiar prototype machineries you've seen in the past. And they're expected to get a few more kph at top speed with how much more slick it is. Korpong was telling me that that's a fairing that they're planning to debut for next season.
Screen number 29 is Oratilwe. Number 12 is Hazik Farouz, who's not going to make it around that particular bend. Luckily, he was turn 11, so he could try to make it look like he was intending to come into the pits.
Oratilwe won't be making any friendships with Hazik yet.
Well, plenty of fight in him. It's John Lopez, Colombian. I think we've got 19 nationalities here this weekend competing.
Indeed, yeah.
Across all classes.
Asia Road Racing Championships really opened up to the world, as it has been since the first ever season of the ARC Championship. We had riders and teams from all over the world competing here, and it just shows that the level here is an improving level. It's a high level of racing.
Yeah, absolutely. People who come in from the All Japan Championship, from British Superbike, from Australian Superbike,
From IDM as well.
Yeah, absolutely. These very well regarded domestic championships and international championships all remark on just how good the level is here.
Indeed.
And shout out to the organisers. They all comment on how well organised it is.
Indeed, yeah. It's been a common comment from plenty of them, and it's really good to hear that.
Yeah. Yeah, including championships, you know, where you know they're incredibly well organised, like BSB. For, say, Joe to come here and say, this is a really well organised championship. He knows what that means.
Indeed.
Has he? Back on the straight and narrow now, number 12.
really good pace. That's the fastest practice time of the season for at the Chang International Circuit, 150.457. He's a whole 1.6 clear of Luis Miguel.
Yeah, Luis Miguel got himself a P3 in his first ever race. Well, race 2, first ever outing for him in this championship. First time at Chang International back in April. So no, he goes well around here too. Fourth in the championship, but not in contention. Win in Sepang, of course. There it is. First look at Oratilwe. Currently on 154.9.
It's a matter of getting used to the track, getting used to the tires and the bike.
The whole package.
Everything, yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh! Huge snap there from Oratilwe.
I nearly started out with my chair then. It's like the scary moment in the movie theatre when you're watching a horror film.
That was a proper jump scare, wasn't it? So one thing, having ridden this bike, so one thing that Oratilwe will be experimenting is the engine braking. So let's just watch exactly what happened. He just, oh, sorry, no, actually that was just really grabbing onto the brakes and the front wheel lifting off. So I was saying, with this TVS bike, you have 3 engine braking modes. If you put on the lowest interference, it is quite aggressive engine braking that you'll get. So it will be a bit of experimentation for Oratilwe.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a journey of discovery. It's still shiny side up, so that's the most important thing.
Behind Oratilwe, there's Kanata Jaiman.
Yeah, we're still missing Hunter Corney, who I assume still out with injury. Very unfortunate. He made a phenomenal debut here back in April for round 1. Hugely talented Australian. In case he is watching, best wishes to him. Speedy recovery. Certainly hope we see that young rider back in ARRC in some shape or form.
Indeed, and Kim and Jay now doing a good job in P7. Kim and Jay's been doing a lot of good work in Spain. Been running super sports starting just last month.
Yeah, good to see him back, because he had a strong opening to the season. It's Kanatat, local rider. Very well regarded. Years gone by, podium finisher in AP 250s. John Lopez, number 28. So 1.3 second advantage held by Ramdan Rosley at the top over Luis Miguel and Sartak Chavan. Hiroki Ono, 4th quickest, 152.2. However, with more than 5 minutes remaining, I expect that situation to change.
I'd say it's about hammer time for Hiroki Ono. It's where he starts to push. See what he does. It's Ramdan's gone back to the lane, so Ramdan's done with a 150.457, which is a really quick time around here on the TVS bikes.
Yeah, I think even Hiroki Ono is going to be hard pushed to better that in this session. But this is Hiroki Ono we're talking about.
Yeah, the monster of lightweight bikes.
Yeah, that's it. It's not all about going quick for him. It's about breaking the heart and the morale of everybody else on track.
Another good look at John Lopez there. They're lapping in 13th place, so for John and for Oratilwe, it's going to be lots of adjustments being made just to get a bit more comfortable.
Yeah.
Oratilwe has fun improvements, so 153.9 for him. He goes up to 12th. Oratilwe's father is very well involved with his racing career, and he's been really pushing Oratilwe to go to places, and proving well so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And another Colombian rider. There have been a few. There are a few.
Indeed, yeah.
Making a big impression.
One of my favorite Colombian riders from years back was Johnny Hernandez. Just loved the way he rode.
Yeah.
Hiroki has found second place already, so with 3 minutes remaining, let's see how much more Hiroki can find.
Yeah. 1-2 is quite a steep hill. It's going to go on 2 laps. Lopez and Leandro Paredes lapping together.
Sartak Shaban has gone second with a 150.855, so Sartak finding some good pace. Hiroki Ono is slow in sector 1. He's been slow in sector 1 a few times already, but he still found second earlier.
Yeah.
In sector 2, he's going quick.
So is Sartak taking a leaf out of Hiroki Ono's book? Let's see. Wouldn't that be fun? Leandro is number 13. He's found it hard going in this series, it's fair to say, this year. Filipino.
Hiroki Ono was nearly close to a second off in sector 1, then he pushes a bit in sector 2, pushes more in sector 3, and he still manages to improve to a 151.4. So let's see now. Another flying lap from Hiroki Ono with a bit of slipstream in front of him.
Yeah. So he's got maybe 2 flying laps. There he is. We haven't seen much of him in this session, but there's no point in really looking for him until this stage.
Indeed. Sector 1 was good for Hiroki, so he's going to need to get past them before he gets to turn 4 to get a smooth line in, or sector 2. So it's going to be a bit more difficult than he would like it, or actually, you know what? He's light enough.
Yeah,
Let's get
very
past
good.
easily. Let's see now, Hiroki Ono is... Every lap he's gone slow in sector 1, but he's gone quick in sector 2 and 3, so let's see what Hiroki can do.
John Lopez trying to hang on behind him and going wide there in his attempt to do so.
See how Hiroki is just really the point of reference here. Ramdan's come back on and set the fastest second sector, so Ramdan Rosli, he might have something special as well. Hiroki goes quicker in sector 2. It's going to be close between Hiroki and Ramdan. It's all about sector 3 now for Hiroki, and he will have 1 more lap in it.
Yeah, it's all going to be decided on the last lap for this first of 2 sessions. Just as a reminder, as we watch championship leader and defending champion come to the end, that qualifying 1 and 2 tomorrow will be decided on combined times from this session.
Oh, Ramdan 1 minute 50 dead. It's a real strong time from Ramdan Rosli. I haven't seen that quick of a time in practice.
Yeah, Hiroki and Sartak on virtually identical times, 8.5 tenths slower.
Yeah, it's Ramdan now, just getting past his group. So sector 1 for Ramdan, yeah, he's lost a bit of time.
Yeah, he won't improve now, but will that be enough? 8 tenths advantage, it should be. except that Hiroki Ono is still out on track.
Diamond has had a monster over sector 1, so
Should do, yeah.
that might bump him up a couple of places. Gurno somewhere, yeah, just in front there, so should come across sector 2 anytime soon.
Yeah, counter-attack racing in the 400 category here regularly, so he certainly knows his way around on comparatively powered bikes.
Hiroki Ono, he hasn't done something special in sector 2. Kanata as well lost a lot of time in sector 2. Ramdan, however, has gone fastest again in sector 2. It just sector 1 might have been just holding him back, so it could have been probably a sub 150 for Ramdan. The last two now goes Ramdan Rosli. With a bit of slip from Hiroki, he comes across the line. What's going to be 150.5? Hiroki Ono on that last lap, 151.540. So no heartbreak delivery for Hiroki this time.
No, and a very fine performance all the way through that 20-minute session for Ramdan Rosli. Great pace from the Malaysian. An advantage of 8.5 tenths over Hiroki Ono. And the other two of the three amigos at the top of this championship, Hiroki and Sartak. There it is, a 150 dead for Ramdan Rosli. Hiroki Ono, 150.853 and 150.855 for Sartak Chavan. Then it's Luis Miguel, also fourth in the championship, 151.77. Then it was Kanatak Jamin who came good later in the session. Then Raksit Shihari Dave, I should have shortened that, sorry. He was sixth quickest. Then it was Warapong, who won't be competing but was out experimenting in that session. He was seventh quickest with a 152.7, so he's still got something going for him, the old boy. And then John Lopez did well to come through in eighth. Then Kim Min Jae comes back with a 152.9, comes back to the series. Then it was Chirant, he's got more than that, 153. Azik Farouz, who we saw go off with that almost tangle with Oratilwe, 153.4, and then it was Leandro Paredes, Oratilwe, Piri did a 153.9, Kema Ahmed, 154.1, and Nixon Frost, 154.9 for the young New Zealander. So that is the first of two practice sessions today. Quickest 8 will go through to qualifying 1B tomorrow to decide the first 8 starting places, sorry, the first 10, because the fastest 2 from qualifying 1A will join them. And we will be back with them this afternoon for the second session. We're going to take a break now, and when we come back it will be with the AP 250s, and that's in about 6.5 minutes from now, so don't go too far away. We're at Chang International for round 6 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Very warm welcome back to Chang International Circuit. We are here for the final round of the 2025 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, and for the second time today we are on track with the AP 250 class, second of 3 sessions for the quarter-litre class. Plenty to talk about here. It does look in championship terms as though Padilla Arbi for Astra Honda has one hand on the trophy, but that's not to say that Idemitsu couldn't run him close or even take it from him if things don't go all right for Arbi over the course of this weekend. So far they have been going pretty well for Padilla Arbi, who's fourth quickest this morning. That is despite 3 rev cuts. So that's 600 RPM off the top for Arbi. But there's some really interesting wild cards in the mix here, including 2 teenagers that have come through the Honda Thailand talent system, which let me run that one again. Got Prapong and Panjarut for Honda Racing Thailand. They were at the top of the screen for most of the first session, faded back to just 3rd and 5th after their Yamaha mounted compatriot Kritapat came through late in the session, in fact on the last time around, to do a 152.119, 110, sorry, to take the fastest time of the morning. And Aiki Yoshi came through for Moto Kawasaki Sniper Manual Tech. Kawasaki having had an uplift of 200 RPM. There is the number 39, that is Kritapat on your screen there. 36 running with him is Tuptim, Tiranai Tuptim, running as a wild card, and alongside them the familiar number 65 of Chao Vietnam. It looks like one of the Astra Hondas just behind them. Chao Vietnam having a look there as they go into turn 5, keeping it nice and steady. In fact, that's the number 19 of Tonampu. Fastest in this very early part of the session is T.Y. Antares, wildcard, Humberto Cesar. So that's interesting. He had a quiet opening spell, re-familiarising himself with the circuit, the bike, the tyres.
Yeah, it's gone about a second and a bit quicker than he was in practice 1, so he's found something. Still not going to be enough for top spot fight, but it is much better for him. Then Ashami as well, big improvement for him, 52.9.
Yeah, that's good to see. Also good to see Andy Fadley and Irfan Arjansha moving up the order. Although 152.1 was the best time this morning in the cooler conditions. The sun's been out for a while now. It's not oppressively hot, but the track temperature must be, what would you say, plus 10?
Yeah, easily.
Yeah, of what it was earlier. Chao Vietnam just making his way through.
Vietnam had a really good opening to practice 1, but then just faded a bit after about midway.
Kintal, the number 14, just went through there for Honda Racing India. Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing, doing a good job there. Number 24, number 93 going through there are Davina Bhuttani and Padilla Arbi for Astra Honda. Daniel Sharmi is the purple number 57. blue tree, the number 18 there, who had a very good session this morning too. Tree ended up 7th quickest for Honda Racing Vietnam. 53.2 for him. Hendra moves up to 2nd quickest. Britannia leads that little group. Tree. Shami there, just in the middle there. Tony moving out of the way.
Something's happening from
yeah.
I don't see anything in front of them, but they were all indicating to slow down for some reason.
I don't see any flags.
Yeah. That was very strange, because it wasn't just Davino, it was Nopropong as well. And Garling was always looking around, so what's going on here?
Race control, the marshals haven't seen it.
I see absolutely nothing. I can't see anything on track. I don't see any flags out. No marshals anywhere. But this entire group of riders have backed off altogether.
Yeah, the local riders have joined them.
And now they've proceeded to push. So, what was that about?
We don't know. I guess there's going to be 1 or 2 forward brows in race control. Not exactly what was the reason for that, but Davino Britanni was the first one to put a hand up on the run down to turn 4.
Or is this just a large table of friends just deciding, you know what, let's push together on the next lap instead of this lap? Because that was one of the weirdest things I've seen in a practice session.
Yeah.
Interesting. Because everyone complied. Everyone followed what was happening in front of them, and now they're all pushing together. That was a bizarre one.
Maybe Davino just confused everyone.
Yeah.
But what does he see that we can't see? And then that came through to us, the commentary box, and to race control. Anyway, that group's a lot bigger now.
Indeed, yeah. As of right now, still the fastest on track is Danny Shami after setting that on his 2nd flying lap.
Yeah, Nopropong looks like he's enjoying himself. Number 20 there, 2nd in that group, just behind Davino for Astra Honda. Also having a really good time is Yuan Tree. Number 18, so the Vietnamese riders making their presence increasingly felt in the AP 250 class. Propong decides to go past Davino Britanni. Galen Hendra has just gone quickest with a 152.8. Number 93, Harvey, into 3rd. He's also in the 152s, just 3 riders so far in the 52s. Harvey just cutting in front of his teammate and in front of Nopropong. Andy Fadley currently 5th, 153.6. He's not getting any quicker. Oh yes, he is. He's just done a good sector 1. Beg his pardon. Well, second in the championship currently. The number 124 is P9 with a 154. In round 1 he had the old version, the R3. This time he's got the latest version. In fact, he got the latest version for round 2, which is why his performance suddenly improved. This guy, 56, currently on top of the timing screens. So Isam, who's here on the latest version of the R3, but doesn't bring with him any data from round 1, that's the only thing, so it might take him a little bit longer to get up to pace. Lang a lot slower that time around. See who's going consistently quick. Two young protagonists from Honda Racing Thailand, Nokprapong and Panjarup. They just seem to be putting in the laps with that kind of highly desirable metronomic consistency that is so valued by top racers. Yoshi, second quickest earlier on. Currently 12th, 153.9. 152.3 was his best time. The last knockings of free practice 1. Is number 20, Davina Brittani is 24, Akiyoshi on the green 37 goes through just behind him, and Dee Fadley, 2 times AP 250 champion, coming back from some nasty injuries. Number 75 is the replacement rider for the injured Gao Jiang, that's Liu Yin. Another Chinese rider in this class, Chen Jiang being another for TY Antares. So, new bike, new circuit, new championship. Finding a way onto the runoff. One of these circuits, Chang International, it does look simple in its layout, but the faster you go, the more complicated it gets. And the Tilke designed circuit, of course, they often have this characteristic. Good to see another Chinese rider in this series, and another female. We did have several female riders in the Asia Road Racing Championship just 2 or 3 seasons ago. It's always a big ask to come in as a newcomer, especially at the end of the season when everybody is up to speed, knows the circuits, knows their machinery. Compatriot Chen Jiang, currently 24th quickest on a 156.1. Jiang, of course, for TY Antares, that is his team. Alongside himself, he's fielding another 2 riders. In the shape of Rintaro Takamoto and Humberto Cesar from Japan and Brazil, respectively. They're 16th and 17th. As we speak, just stay on board there with Liu Yin. bright green bike, bright pink leathers. Easy one to spot. She comes round to complete another lap. Nice and tidy that time. Yoshi currently quickest, 152.7 for the Japanese Kawasaki mounted rider. Yoshi having done so much to develop this R25R Kawasaki. As he screams his way past Idemitsu FIM and Chandra Hermawan going into turn 4. Turn 5 goes straight into turn 6. And they're in the technical part of the circuit now. Through turn 7. Turn 8, there's another right-hander. 12 you can see on your screen there is another of the precocious talents from Thailand, number 12, Panjaroot Chitrorchat for Honda Racing Thailand. Panjaroot, Aiki Yoshi, Chandra Hermawan and Idemitsu FIM in that little group, completing another lap. No changes to the order on the timing screen there. Owen Razak as for Cardinals Racing. He's got a notice to report to race control. We're not sure what that is. Idemitsu goes to the front of that little group. His best time, 1:54, which is 15th best. He's going to want to pull himself up much closer to the top of the timing sheets. Yoshi has a good look round. That long run down into turn 4. He sees behind him is Davina Brittani and Chandra Hermawan. His arm runs wide through the long lap loop, out of harm's way. The riders follow him to try and get themselves some space on track. 88 is Chandra, 39 is Kritapat. Fastest in session 1. Championship contender. So I'm taking a look and probably a listen at the back of that Kawasaki. And as he comes through turn 11, he's going to pull into the pits. Great shot that from turn 12 back up to turn 11. Turanai Tubtin is number 36, currently going well in 10th quickest. Tubtin, another of the Thai riders who has been through the Asian Championship system. Rider there going really wide on the exit to turn 3. It's a big wide turn. As we were saying earlier, a great one to watch at because the bikes are at the slowest points in the circuit, taking all kinds of lines and trying to get advantage, especially in the later laps. Some errors on track here we can see from this group. 17 in the mix there. Tom Poo, currently 16th, 154.1 for the Vietnamese rider. So none of these quite on the pace. Fidel Mushavi, 571, had a crash in the first session. Quite a quick off at turn 7. Just having the Kawasaki of Andy Fadley alongside him. That's a good top speed comparison. Or acceleration comparison rather, as they peel into turn 1. To the right, I can see through the haze the pink-topped Irfan Ardiansha, who's on the SEK Honda. Irfan 7th. It's been an up and down season for him. Seen him on the podium twice. Last time out at Sepang. In race 2 at Sepang. We've been to Sepang twice this year. A P2 and a P3, his best results of the season for Irfan. Good to see NWN SCK going well. There's Tub Tim. Confident now, eased himself up into P8. He's got a lot of very quick riders behind him, riding with what looks like a really cool head. Najaruk, Chitwell Chat for Honda Racing Thailand, currently down in 14th. We do often see local riders go really well in the session 1, and then of course, the more experienced regular championship riders catching up. 65, Chao Vietnam going through there. He went well early in the session, and as Daniel said a little earlier, seemed to fade a little bit. He's not quite on his pace here, 153.8. 2-4 is the rider chasing Fadila Arbi for the 2025 AP 250 title. In front of him, Aiki Hiyoshi, 152.708, makes him the quickest rider so far in the session, with just over 4 minutes remaining to the checkered flag. Nizam currently 5th, improving through this session. 222 thousandths of a second slower than Aiki Hiyoshi. So Aiki Hiyoshi more arm waving going on there, wasn't entirely sure what that was. Kind of remonstrative. That means that they won't be doing a quick time this time around. Chandra Hermawan has come up into 7th, just under 4/10 off. Aldiaz Iksal going well too. He's just over 4/10 off the fastest time of Hiyoshi, and Chandra has just gone to the top. It was a lucky mention for him. 152.186. So on combined times, he's just behind the fastest time set this morning by Kritapat. A lot of traffic out there. Mix of slower and quicker riders. Fabio Musciavi, number 571 among those. Just went wide. There's XL just going through on the number 69 Yamaha. Idemitsu finding his pace. Last time around it was 156, but as we were saying, there's quite a lot of traffic on circuit right now. Yoshi 37's got some clear air in front of him. Less than 2 minutes to the checkered flag for this second free practice session. Zam gets himself out of the way of the traffic. He'll be looking for a final burst. Tub Tim is number 36, having a look around the outside of Andy Fadley. There's no way around there. As they get onto the rumble strip. Aldiaz XL looking good, Tub Tim looking good. Tub Tim up to second now, 4/10 behind Chandra. Chandra on a 152.186. This is going to be the last time around as they go through turn 3. A group of Hondas led by Chao Vietnam ahead of them, and this is a busy group. Andrew, Xiaomi, Daniel riding for Uma. Uma Racing done really well to come into this series for the first time, stepping up from Underbones in 2025. They provided Daniel with a very nice motorbike indeed for this season. He's doing a very good job on it. Stuck at the back of that group. Checkered flag is out now, so this is the final time around. This group won't improve, but Humberto Cesar, currently sitting 6th, he's improving on this last time around. What has Tub Tim got? Well, he's gone down to 3rd, and Idemitsu has come up into 2nd with a 152.5 for the Malaysian Championship contender. That's 0.36 behind the best time of Chandra Hermawan. So what a fascinating session that was. RB down in 9th. The young Thai riders not quite as prominent as they were first time. First session this morning, number 20, Nopapong, finished 11th. Andrew finished 16th. Just take a look at those results there. So Chandra Hermawan, 152.186. That's the second fastest time of the day. That's 4/10 quicker than Idemitsu for Victor Racing, who was second. Chiranai Tub Tim is getting better and better all the way through that session. And 4th quickest, Aiki Yoshi, 152.7, his best time, fractionally quicker than Kritapat Kankum, championship contender for Yamaha Thailand. Then it was Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing. Then it was Galang Hendra for his own team, Yamaha BAF Yamalube Akajaya MBKW2 Racing. And then Humberto Cesar for TY Antares was 8th quickest with a 152.9 for the Brazilian. 9th quickest, championship leader Fadila RB Aditama for Astra Honda Racing Team, 152.9. Then it was Aldiaz Axel Galang's teammate. Noprapong was 11th quickest. Fadil Musyavi, the 571 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, was 12th. Then it was Andy Fadley, 13th with a 153.3, his best time. Gun Hutri for Honda Racing Vietnam and Donampu for Estremo UZ Asia were 14th and 15th. 16th, Panjarut for Honda Racing Thailand. Davina Brittani for Astra Honda, 17th quickest. Chao Vietnam, 18th, 19th. Irfan Ardianshah, long way down for the Maestro NWN SCK rider. Rintaro Takamoto was 20th quickest for TY Antares. Alfonso Ray Santos for SDG Hawk Pro, 21st, 22nd. Kevin Quintal for Honda Racing India. Then it was Irfan Haikal for Maestro NWN, the other Irfan, and the other Maestro Honda. Jazil Jarami, 24th, 155.1. Kayum Razak for Cardinals was 25th quickest, and then it was Shunchen Zhang for TY Antares. Lu Yin, Team One for All, 157.49. I think that's an improvement of around 2 seconds on her first session. Then it was Liu Guang Yuan for Team One for All, and then Long Nanzi for Victor Racing Team, 29th with 157.821. John Rees Emmanuel, the last rider making up this 30 machine field, was 151.841 with his best time. So break time now for us, very short break. We'll be back at 12 local time, so that's in about 6 minutes from now, with the second session of the day for Supersport 600. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit, Buriram, Thailand, for round 6, the final round for the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
one of the stars in the Honda Thailand Talent Cup, Pancharakchi Rochat. From the Thailand Talent Cup, he was P1 last year and then this year as well. And now with the Asia Production 250 with Honda Thailand Racing, with coach, of course, Mr. Ratapark. So first question I want to ask is, how different is it from the Honda Thailand Talent Cup now to the Production 250 bike?
ก็รู้สึกแตกต่างครับรถ AP 210กับรถ NF ก็ต้องพยายามต้องพยายามปรับตัวเข้าหารถครับ
Yeah, about Thailand Talent Cup, what is a different bike because they use a Moto3 and in AP250 they use a CBR250. He feel like he must to adapt to the bike and he must to change the riding style also. But now it's on the good way.
So next one is a very good pace already from free practice with No Propong. So what is the target for this weekend in the race?
ก็เป้าหมายก็อยากติด1 ใน 5ครับ
You want to be the top 5?
Short and sweet, very nice. All right, thank you so much to both of you. Good luck for this weekend. We're with Yamaha TMP rider Natetan Tongkwat. So welcome to ARC. And also, first question I want to ask is, what is the difference between your usual Superstock Championship and then now you're in the Asian Superbike Championship? How's the difference in the feeling?
ความแตกต่างของระหว่างสัปดาห์ที่ผ่านมากับสัปดาห์นี้นะครับน่าจะเป็นที่สำคัญที่สุดน่าจะเป็นเรื่องยางที่ใช้เนี่ยในประเทศไทยเนี่ยเราใช้เป็นยางบริสโตนแต่ในการแข่งขันระดับเอเชียเนี่ยเราใช้ในยางดันลอปซึ่งมันใหม่สำหรับเรามากฉะนั้นเนี่ยความยากของสัปดาห์นี้น่าจะเป็นเรื่องของการหาเซตอัพให้ได้กับยางดันลอปเพราะว่าเซตอัพจากยางบริสโตนมาดันลอปเนี่ยไม่สามารถใช้ด้วยกันได้เลยฉะนั้นเนี่ยทุกอย่างมันค่อนข้างจะใหม่หมดครับผม
The difference is about the ties because in Buriram he used a beach stone, but this race he used Dunlop, right? And he fight to the setup and yeah, bit about the try, yes.
All right, next one. What is your expectation for this weekend?
เขาว่าไงนะ I want bread lab for me, new lab record for me. I think 37อะ1 นาที 37ว่าไงนะใช่37 this week, yes.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend.
So there he is, the wildcard entry this weekend in ASB 1000, targeting a 1:37, personal best lap time for him. That's what, roughly speaking, he was saying. But great to see quality wildcards coming in from the national championships. And there's a national champion right on your screen then, in the shape of Apiwat Tananon, just slithering inside Helmi Asman, the number 32, who ran rather wide there on the entrance to turn 3. Apiwat Tananon, in case you were wondering, why is he on a 600 Yamaha when last time out we were expecting to see him on a BMW ASB 1000 machine. It's because the A1 Energy team has withdrawn from the championship, and Apiwat Tananon has gone in with TMP as a wildcard for this round on 600s. He was, of course, 600 champion in 2024, Apiwat, and now he's once again on track as his old sparring partner and friend. We'll get into that shortly, but we'll stay with the 1000s, and we're going to go to Daniel, who is with Adam Noradin.
Once again, we're very happy to have the AMI Suzuki team and Adam Noradin back in the garage, back in the paddock with us. So, Adam, one session done, but it seemed like you had a bit of an issue at the start of it. So, can you tell us what happened in pre-practice 1?
Yeah, okay, first outing we just need to confirm the bike, everything is alright. Then we went out straight way back. Then I did only like 3 laps, and then we have mechanical issue that took quite long time. And then the bike, when the bike went to the box, we fixed a bit, and then going back to the track. But at the end, we managed only for 2 laps. Okay, it's quite tough, especially for me not to ride in this track for almost 3 years. So the plan is to make as many laps as I can for FP1 to get refresh back, or to find where's the braking point, to understand more the bike. But we only make, I think, like 10 laps or something. So it's difficult to understand now. Also for me, difficult to give the comment because I'm not giving my 100% yet for FP1. But we saw the data, something is not right. So hopefully we fix for FP2.
So okay, from that now we understand that you still have to get more mileage with the bike here, but other than that, what will you guys be looking for specifically? Is it more towards the data, or is it suspension for this track?
Honestly, on both sides, because last time I think when I rode different bike, and then now with Suzuki, many things we need to work on is for not so much with the electronic, because I don't want to misunderstanding so much with this bike. We're focusing more about the gearing because we never ride. It's a bit confusing, and also the setup of the bike is still not 100% correct now. So it's quite challenging because missing FP1, not so many laps. For coming back to FP2 with everybody already in the good pace is quite challenging for me. So let's see. I hope we FP2 we can catch up for the group effects.
So the weather is going to be something that's interesting for this week. With only three practice sessions left, do you think you have enough time to experiment with different compounds?
Now, if we go on the plan, honestly, everything is alright. But now we mess up a little bit. But I'm not focusing with the tire so much because more or less, if we are using some few tire, I already did test. So nothing much. Only Q tire, but Q tire we using for tomorrow. So I'm not focusing that much. Now we only focusing with the bike, and my only concern is we didn't get great setup for tomorrow. So we need to work really fast now, and then try to go back to our rhythm.
Thank you so much, Adam. Good luck for this weekend.
A great, really good, candid and insightful interview there with Adam Norradin. We can pick the bones out of that in the session after lunch, the second session for the ASP 1000s. But now we are back on track with the Supersport 600s. Specifically, there is a world champion in the house. Idemitsu Mahendra, number 57. And there is another Indonesian rider. Number 46 is Virgin Atner Firdaus, 250 champion in 2024. Now making his way as a rookie in this class. Race winner already at Mandalika in round 4. And there is the number 57 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. That is Idemitsu Mahendra. 2024 World Supersport 300 champion. Great to see him back in ARC as a wild card. There he is, Yamaha blue, with some nice yellow flashes, including the helmet. One of so many great talented riders currently coming out of Indonesia, but it's not quite making the braking zone there. That was turn 7. And there is the 27 of Casper Daniel. Championship contender, number 2 in the championship, just 8 points adrift of Adinanta Putra. And behind him, double race winner at Sepang last time out, Sharifuddin Azman had a quiet free practice 1, the number 63 for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia, but no doubt will be looking to improve. Currently P4 with a 140.113, which, if I'm not very much mistaken, is an improvement on what he did this morning. Almost. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's a full second quicker than his best time this morning. So just less than 12 minutes into this session. He's going in very much the right direction. Number 20 there is Jakrapat Pudasan for Honda Racing Thailand, leading that group of 4 into turn 4 and going off into the car park. That is the huge sweeping runoff area, because that is a very, very fast turn. No such problem for Casper Daniel. He continues on his way. Best time for Casper so far, 140.3. He put in a very, very good session this morning, consistent. He was only 5th fastest at the end, but his pace and consistency all the way through were really good. Rami Azman is the rider in the grass there. Unfortunate for him to be losing this time. He didn't see what happened, but no sign of injury in the Helmy's walk away from that bike, and nothing too visible from what we could see of the motorcycle itself. There's 44, Carolyn Bowie. Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Kitsadar Tanachot is the rider on his tail for Honda Racing Thailand. Oh, and another rider just goes down. That was he. The camera just picks it out. That is a replay. I think that's that is two quick crashes for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. That was Damok, Shurafuddin Azman having a pretty fast get off there with no notable damage to himself. Yeah, we just saw bike stand up almost. It's on the exit to turn 3, so kind of a strange place to go off. Back on track now. Adinanta Putra is number 21 and he is number 1 in the championship. We'll be back shortly, but we are going to go with Daniel, who is with Lu Yin for Team One for All.
So we're with Lu Yin from Team One for All. Welcome to ARC, and you've done already 2 sessions now in the AP 250. How are you feeling on the 250 bikes?
Hello， 大家好，我是来自中国的尹璐，一个场上唯一一个女车手，很开心呢，今天能来到 ARC， 这也是我人生中第一次参加 ARC， 希望以后有更多的机会来参加，也更希望更多的女孩呢来加入到我们。最后呢，因为是第一次参加这里，也是第一次来到这个场地，也是第一次骑到这个新车，所以希望做到我自己最好的单圈成绩就可以了。
She just say she's from China and his name is Imu. It's the first time arrived within our circuit. It's first time for her, and also she's only one is girl riders on the circuits. And she also looking forward the next time to join the ARC in the future, get more opportunity for her. And also she glad to be to improve this sport to more people to learning and training for back ride.
Okay. It's awesome to hear. Okay, so next question is, what is your expectation for this weekend, being your first time in ARC?
首先第一次参加这个比赛，全程呢会有很多的高速弯，是以往和我训练的时候不同的点，所以说也是今天骑的车也是我不熟悉的车，车辆方面有很多需要调校的地方，来配合我的骑行方式去进入高速弯，所以说这是一个我和车辆互相磨合比较困难的一个点。然后我也希望在最短的时间，因为只有3节，对于陌生的场地，我希望在最短的时间内呢，我可以把车辆调校到符合我自己的最好的状态就可以了。
Okay, she see that this first time she joined the ARC and not familiar with the circuit. There's a lot of high speed corner and she needs to adjust. It's different from her training circuit in China, and also she gonna to adjust with the bike because the bike is not familiar with her. So she needs to spend the three times to adjust some difference between the bike in China. So she need to adjust more.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend. Thanks. Thank you.
Good to hear always for young riders coming into this series. And as we just heard, the only female in the entire 5-category series this time. So a very warm welcome to Li Yun, who's riding for Team One for All. Back to the 600s now on your screen. Championship contender Anupab Samun. It's got a bit of a wall to climb in terms of closing down the championship on Adinanta. He's on 131 points, so 21 points behind Astra Honda's championship leader. Bit of a mixed season for Anupab. We've seen some spectacular racing for him coming from the back, notably and so memorably in Sepang. in round 2 in particular, so he's been absolutely top entertainment. Great rider. It's not quite the consistency of Ananta Putra. So number 23 just ahead of him is McKinley Carl Paz for Hong Yong Yamaha. Pushing it right to the edge of the rumble strip, the most rumbly bit of the rumble strip. Anupab looking nice and tidy behind him. Anupab currently the quickest rider of this session, 139.745. It's midday here in Thailand, so track a lot warmer than it was this morning when they were out at around 9 AM. 139.6 was his best time then, so very much on the same pace for Anupab. Now Carl Paz deciding to slot in behind the local rider. Anupab absolutely determined to give it everything. Fortunately, there is Helmi Asman, one of 2 crashes for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Coming back in, so his session is done. 11 minutes to go. So he'll be back out this afternoon. Seems no lasting damage to him or his machine. Shurafudin Asman also out with a crash. So the remaining Honda Racing Malaysia rider is Caroline Paui in this session, and he's currently in the pits. Let's focus on Anupab, who you can be absolutely sure, those of you who followed him in this series over the last must be close to 10 years he's been in this championship in one way or another, through 250s, in superbikes as well as in 600s. He always gives it absolutely everything. No doubt Yamaha Thailand are going to be giving him everything in their power to make sure that he can close the gap and maybe overhaul Adinanta if things don't go all according to plan for the Indonesian Championship leader. Kili Kalpaz holding on nice lead behind him. His best time 141.5. Hard going through turns 5 and 6. Now they're into turn 7. Looking down at the grandstand there from turn 8. And then into the final section of Chang International Circuit, the technical part. Beyond turn 11, this fast plunge down. Well, plunge down to turn 12, or in this case, a roll down into pit lane. Lieutenant Longplow is the second quickest rider in this session, 40.058, so 3/10 slower than his Yamaha mounted compatriot Anupab. And here is Shajin Tong for Victor Racing, that Yamaha resplendent in an ever-spreading glow of yellow. But always good to see him improving and improving. 142.426. His best time in this session, 142.2. It's improving on what he did earlier this year. So there is a racing scene in China, but they really need to come outside to where the racing's a little more developed to develop their skills. And the great thing is they can get this experience like Shajin Tong and go back to China and raise the game domestically. Number 46 is Herjan Atner. out of the Astra Honda pit for his doubtless his final run. There is the 241 of Apiwat Wongtananon. Excuse me, the 2024 Supersport champion. He was in as a wild card for the last race of 2023, when he really got amongst it to assist, let's say, Kito Abe to the title for that year. Now, after a pretty unhappy season in ASB 1000 for A1 Energy BMW, coming back for the last race of the session again on a Yamaha, and again in 600s. It's Carolyn and Powie, number 44, looking back. That's the rider he was looking back at. That's Hergen, who's on an out lap. Anupab remains on top with a 3/10 advantage from Tanat. Then Helmi Asman, who's out of this session. And Sherifuddin Asman, who's also out of this session. There is Helmi. Scuffed leathers, but otherwise looking unruffled. Daniel's just joined me. Can you pull a hairstyle like that, unruffled?
I think so, yeah.
or is it just permanently ruffled? Yeah, to be continued. Apiwat, 140.1, so 4/10 off Anupab Samoon. Apiwat, 5th quickest. 5 minutes remaining. There is Reza Danica, number 1, 2, 3. That's Sherifuddin Asman. 2 out of 3 of the Malaysian Hondas in the dirt. Carolyn and Powie remains upright. Nice session for Anupab. Good consistency. Still quickest. Here he's leading Tanat. Oh, Apiwat Wongtananon has just moved himself up into second. Less than 3/10 slower than Anupab.
Yeah, Apiwat was complaining in the pit about not having enough grip in the rear. So I think they were testing a few setups a bit differently, and yeah, he just wasn't too happy with how the bike's responding. But yeah, surprisingly, well, it shouldn't be surprising, but after round one, well, after round one's results, it's Anupab and Apiwat who are at the top for both sessions right now. So very impressive when the two fast, experienced tire riders.
Yeah. If I trusted AI, I would ask it how many times we've seen Anupab and Apiwat at the top of the timing screen in ARRC over the last 10 years.
Yeah. That's just because we looked at the Supersport 600 Championship this season. You would have thought, okay, yeah, it's going to be between Adinanta, Kasma for this final round, but you add these two in the mix, Tanat finding form as well. We got 3 ties in the top 3.
Yeah, very much so. Kasma putting the work in. He's currently down in 6th, but only half a second adrift. It's Tanat leading them now up to turn 3. Anupab having a look inside as Tanat gives him all the room in the world by going into the runoff area. Kitsadar is number 20 behind him for Honda Racing Thailand.
Apiwat sets the fastest first sector. Anupab quick as well through sector 1, so both of them improving big time through sector 1 on this lap. Into sector 2 now, they're going to complete soon.
Well, we know what Afiwat is capable of.
Kip's now off. So all 300 Malaysia riders off. Not the first time we've seen this season.
What a strange year they've had. Really seriously strange year. Riders of such quality. Only 4 podiums between them. That is include 3 race wins in a second, but still 3 riders over 10 races.
It's just strange that you have 2 former World Championship riders, 1 former World Championship winner, 1 who's done 2 wildcards in the World Championship. And this season, it's been such a weird roller coaster for them. It's not even a normal roller coaster. It's just been off. That being said and done, Apiwat has dropped into the 139s. But yeah, there you go. Confirmation of Kip's bike being dragged off, and Kip just walking, seemingly confused on what happened. Weird. Such a strange season for Honda Racing Malaysia.
Yeah, well, it's not over yet. Let's hope they come back strong. Rocco Sessler within a second of Anupav's best time.
Good improvement from Rocco. What he needed to do, take that step forward. So he's dropped his best time for this weekend by about 6/10.
Yeah.
7/10.
7, yeah.
So good work from Rocco.
There he is on the Team 1 for All R6. Just at the back of that group, orange tail. Sorry, not Kitstar, Jack Rapat, number 18. Getting a little bit out of shape. Anupav in the middle of that group.
Apiwat set another fastest sector too, so for Apiwat.
This is going to be the last time around, so it could be drama from a rider who knows a bit about drama. Apiwat Wongtananon, here he comes.
He closes in onto Rocco just on that last sector alone. Let's see what happens when they come across the line. Apiwat. What's he done?
Oh,
well, Anat's gone up. So Apiwat,
yeah,
it was a good lap from Apiwat, but Tanat's even better. Aldi has gone up into 4th. Oh, look at that. The top 5, actually the top 6 covered by 3/10.
Yeah, that's it. We do see it really close in Supersport 600s. And this is no exception, as we'll just see confirmation in hard numbers. 139.745 was Anupav's best time. Terrific session from the Thai contender. And Tanat Longpliao showing good form once again for Honda Racing Thailand. Apiwat Wongtananon looked as though he might bag the first spot, but didn't have the best final sector. 139.994 was his best time. And then finding his way on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia R6, Aldi Satcher Mahendra up into 4th. Helmi Asman, Sherifuddin Asman were 5th and 6th, although they both crashed. Kazma 7th, 140.3 was his best time. Then it was Kitsadar Tanachot for Honda Racing Thailand. 9th was Herjan Atner Fadaus, 140.3 for the class rookie for Astra Honda. Then it was Wayu Nugroho, bit of a quiet one for him. Adinanta Putra down in 11th, the championship leader. Karaledin Pawi, another Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia crasher, was 12th. Then it was Jakrapat Pudisan. Rocco Sessler 14th, 140.689 for the young German. Then it was Reza Danica. Prosi Torikatula did a 141, just 10th or so quicker than McKinley Carl Paz for Hong Leong Yamaha. Shajun Tong did a best time of 142.426. So that is what we call the morning session done, although it's early afternoon now. We're going to take a break of about 30 minutes, and when we come back, we've got 6 sessions coming for you this afternoon, starting with the second session of the day for the ASB 1000s. So stay with us. We're at Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand for the final round of the 2025 FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon.